Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Edward O'Keefe with Karl Rove.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. Let's get right to it. O'Keefe, first of all, you may not recognize him because he's bearded. He was clean-shaven when he was on ABC for 20 years.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. It's a disguise.
But then he went to witness protection, and he wears the beard.
All the coverage of the Bush administration. I have to go into witness protection.
Exactly. How'd you like that campaign in 2004 when you went with John Kerry for month after month after month?
16 months. I was on the road for 16 months.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And you've been in therapy for how long?
16 years.
All right, well, yeah, exactly. So, apropos of nothing, John Kerry and I were born in the same hospital.
Really?
St. Joe's Hospital, Denver, Colorado, and I remind him of it every time I see him because it really pisses him off.
I was going to say, do you get together a lot? Yeah.
Okay, so let's start off by asking, what in the hell were you thinking? So Theodore Roosevelt, manly man, you know, the famous picture of him as a boxer at Harvard, you know, charging up, Kettle Hill and San Juan Hill, you know, hunting in Africa, going through the Amazon basin, rancher, outdoorsman, man of man, and you write about the women in his life. So why? Well,
the Loves of Theodore Roosevelt, Carl, argues that the most masculine president in the American memory is the product of extraordinary women. And it's not the story I grew up with, right? I mean, I grew up with the story of that self-made man, and that is true. I mean, two things can be true at the same time. TR has this indomitable will. He can get himself through emotional and physical pain, almost like no other in American history. But what I found in doing the research for this book is he had help. He had this extraordinary retinue of women in his life. His mother, Mitty, his older sister, Bammy, his younger sister, Connie, and his two wives, Alice, who has been largely written off in history as completely inconsequential, and then Edith, who is probably one of our most underrated first ladies in history.
Yeah. Well, let's start with Mom.
Mitty, oh my goodness. Okay, so Mitty, the one thing you need to know about Mitty is that she is the inspiration for Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind. If that gives you a sense of her personality. I mean, she is a diametric opposite of her husband, Thee. She is, of course, the mother of Theodore Roosevelt and the grandmother of Eleanor Roosevelt. She is raised in the South. She is a dyed-in-the-wool Confederate. Her two brothers fight for the Confederacy, and their deeds are so dastardly that they are excluded from the general amnesty after the war. I mean, and so she moves from Georgia to New York when she gets married, and then when the Civil War looks like it's about to break out, she brings her mother and her sister to live with the Roosevelts. So TR is not just growing up with his very strong-willed mother. He's growing up with his grandmother and his aunt from the South in New York during the Civil War. He's quite literally in a house divided, in a nation divided. And Mitty, she teaches him how to disagree without being disagreeable about one of the most contentious issues in American history, the Civil War. And she has this big personality, strong command of language and storytelling, and she teaches her son empathy and how to communicate. I mean, two things that and then after his father dies, when Thee dies, fairly young, TR is only 20 years old when his father dies, she says this amazing thing to her children. She says, you need to live for the living and not for the dead. If you do not live a life of purpose, you will disgrace and dishonor your father. So what do we know about TR? His ability to communicate, his ability to will through physical and emotional pain, his ability to disagree without being disagreeable, and those are all things he learned from Mitty, his mother.
Yeah, and his dad is a very active supporter of the war effort and leads philanthropic efforts in support of veterans and troops. So you can imagine there was a little bit of maybe a little bit of tension there in the bedroom.
Yeah, I mean, so it's yes, and they express it in their letters to one another. There's an extraordinary collection of letters. And just to back up for a moment, when Mitty and Thee are first engaged, she's still in Georgia and he's back in New York, and he hears that Mitty is still kissing other men. And he writes her and says, what is this story that I hear of you kissing other men? And she says, well, I couldn't possibly deprive the world of Mitty's kisses. So she, during the Civil War, she gives as good as she gets. I mean, if he goes down, there's an extraordinary letter, one of 11 that we found in a safe at Sagamore Hill, hadn't been opened since 1954. Harvard called them one of the most significant sets of correspondence to be discovered since TR's death in 1919. One of those letters is from December 31st, 1861, the first New Year's of the Civil War. And it's Thee, who has just gone to meet with Abraham Lincoln at the White House, and he's writing to his 3-year-old son. So Theodore can't read at this point, his mother has to read it. It says, and it's in the stationery has a picture of the Andrew Jackson statue in Lafayette Square, which still stands to this day. And he says, I have just come from a meeting with the president who governs our whole country, and there is a statue that stands outside of his home. And I want for your mother to read for you what the statue says, and for you to learn it by heart so you can repeat it to me when I get home. And it says, the Federal Union, it must be preserved. So, I mean, also a bit of a dig at Mitty, right? Like have your Southern mother read this to you, learn it by heart, and repeat it to me. So, but extraordinary, right? He's writing to the future president of the United States about his interaction with Abraham Lincoln, who is, I mean, TR has a portrait of Lincoln in his office that he writes continuously that he will look upon and wonder what would Lincoln do in this moment. By the way, that portrait has recently, it was lost for 80 years. It has been recently rediscovered, and it will hang at the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library in the room where you can interact with TR.
Yeah. One minor point. We forget that things were different then. Theodore Roosevelt Sr. meets Mitty when he is 19 and she is 15.
Yes.
And they get married when?
They get married just a couple of years later. I mean, she's
a teenager.
She's a teenager. Yes, yes. And Theodore, and you know, when in the Victorian age, at 17, you were eligible to wed in society, and that's exactly the age that Theodore will meet his wife, Alice.
Yeah. Let's go to Alice. I mean, let's go to Edie first.
Edie. Okay, so Edie is the childhood friend. So Mitty understands that her son is a bit of a strange duck. He has terrible asthma, so bad that Mitty will actually massage his chest until the blood comes out. She describes this. He has recurring nightmares as a child where he sees the devil coming in the middle of the night to take him away, the devil being asthma. And so his mother is really protective of him. I mean, really wants to make sure he doesn't go out and live the strenuous life. He has taxidermy and builds a museum in the family home, and she looks in the neighborhood for friends, and she discovers Edie Corot, who lives just around the corner from 28 East 20th Street. And the Corots, their family fortunes have been declining as the Roosevelts have been increasing. They're living there because they really have no other choice but to live with a relative around the corner. And Mitty invites Edie to be homeschooled with the Roosevelt children. She's the same age as Theodore Roosevelt's younger sister, Connie, so 3 years younger than TR. And so Edie knows Theodore Roosevelt for 57 years of his 60 years of life. It's pretty extraordinary. And just incidentally, this is an incredible neighborhood too. There's another family, the Jones family, that lives nearby that will soon move up Fifth Avenue, and that is the inspiration for Keeping Up with the Joneses. And that Jones will later get married and take her husband's name and become Edith Wharton. So imagine that. You have Edith Wharton, Edith Corot, and Theodore Roosevelt all in the same neighborhood growing up.
So her father is an alcoholic.
Yes.
And dissipating the family fortune. Take us up and end it at the moment where they part.
Yes. So as Carl said, different age, different time. The Victorian era, everyone expects that you'll be engaged by about 17 years old. Theodore and Edith, they are studious, they read together, they write poetry to one another. Everyone expects that they will be engaged. Theodore goes off to Harvard. His father dies on February 9th, 1878. He comes home for the summer, and Edith is turning 17 that summer. They go water lily picking. They go out on a row ride in Oyster Bay. Everything looks like it's leading to the engagement. And then on August 22nd, 1878, they have a huge fight and breakup. And the reason for the fight and the words they exchanged have been lost to history. They'll only speak of it one time each for the rest of their lives. Theodore, in a letter to his older sister Bammy, will say, "We had, and I suppose have, tempers far from being the best." And Edith will later claim, much, much later, that Theodore had proposed and she rejected him. And we don't really know what happened. We need the Netflix adaptation of The Loves of Theodore Roosevelt to speculate. But nonetheless, this couple, I mean, so he's lost his father and he's lost his girlfriend in the space of about 6 months, and he heads back to Harvard.
And goes wild.
Goes wild because he meets Alice Hathaway Lee. And suddenly it's Edith who? So Alice, to try to set the stage, I mean, her letters read like Audrey or Kate Hepburn. She is vivacious, she's outgoing, she's athletic, she can keep up with Teddy. She's probably the most eligible bachelorette in all of Boston.
A big, wealthy family.
Big, wealthy family. If you know the Boston toast, and this is good old Boston, the home of the bean and the cod, where the Lowells talk only to the Cabots, and the Cabots talk only to God. She's a Cabot. She's a Cabot. So the idea that Theodore Roosevelt, who's not the Theodore Roosevelt we know from Mount Rushmore at this point, he is a 20-year-old geeky naturalist in whose wake formaldehyde lingers, right? He has specimens in various stages of decay in his pocket. He lives alone in his own apartment because he's got so much taxidermy and naturalism work. I mean, he's known, there's these incredible interviews. His college classmates would say to his early biographers, and I mean, early biographers would ignore this because it just didn't comport with what public thought of TR. They said he was half crazy, eccentric. He had the habit of yelling across the Harvard yard to his friends across the way. So the idea that Theodore Roosevelt is going to win the most eligible bachelorette in all of Boston is absurd.
Yeah, and he's got a horse that he cavorts with, so he lames the horse. It's hard to lame a horse in an urban setting, but he is riding the horse through Cambridge and Harvard, and he's to read his letters at the time. He's wild. He's out of control. He's having a great time at Harvard.
One of my favorite sentences in TR's letters, and the English grammarians in the audience, of which I suspect there are a few, will enjoy it. He says, "I have ridden my horse horribly." Yes, you did.
Yeah.
He wanders the woods of Cambridge. There's a fellow classmate that he suspects is interested in Alice, so he threatens a duel and calls for French dueling pistols. A cousin has to come to Harvard. He spends the equivalent of hundreds of thousands of dollars on trinkets and gifts. And Chestnut Hill is 12 miles round trip from Cambridge. I drove it. I did not walk it like TR, but he rides the horse there. When he lames the horse, he walks over 50 times, 12 miles round trip to see Alice. And we should talk about the political implications of this too. They're a progressive, reform, and social-minded family, the Lees, the Saltonstalls, and the Cabots. And they're all talking about reform. They're talking about suffrage. They're talking about women's rights. They're talking about civil service reform. This is the beginning of TR's introduction to politics that are slightly different than his father's, and his father is now gone, and it's created this world that he lost with the loss of his father and the loss of Edith.
So he goes after her. I love your phrase in there. He went with a direct and a sustained advance.
Can you imagine being the object of Theodore Roosevelt's affection? He looked across the room at a party at Harvard and said, "You see that girl? She won't have me, but I'll have her. I am going to marry her." And all the classmates were a little intense, buddy. Take it down a notch.
So they meet in June of 1879. And in his diary of January 25th, 1880, he's proposed to her.
Yes. He's
7 months.
He moved very fast. She writes so there's 24 love letters that were not available to Edmund Morris when he wrote The Rise of Theodore Roosevelt, or to David McCullough when he wrote Mornings on Horseback. After Theodore Roosevelt's eldest daughter, Alice, dies, she gives permission to her granddaughter to donate them to Harvard, and she did an interview before her death around it. And it's a remarkable interview. We can talk more about that with regard to Edith, but these letters really show the intimacy and intensity of that relationship. It's written that after Alice is gone, Theodore expunges her memory from his life and existence. It's not true. I mean, it was so painful for him, this intensity of the relationship, that I think he had to submerge it. He had to push it down.
Okay, you've gotten ahead of yourself here because you've suggested what's coming. What comes? They get married, lavish wedding.
So they announce their engagement on February 14th, 1880, Valentine's Day. And he says in his diary, "I have nearly gone crazy trying to win Alice." They have trouble conceiving, but he is remarkably successful in every other regard in this period. He writes his first major book, The Naval War of 1812. He's elected to his first public office in the New York State Assembly. He attends but does not complete Columbia Law School. So if you are a failed law school student, you share something in common with Theodore Roosevelt. He too did not finish law school. The only thing he ever quit.
Let's condition that. He didn't fail. He decided not to finish.
He decided not to finish because he thought, why would I want to interpret the law when I can go into politics and write it?
At the age of what, 23?
23.
Yeah.
23. Extraordinary. In his own words, in this period of time, the 6 years he spent with Alice, he rose like a rocket. So we fast forward to the fact that she is pregnant in September of 1883. Theodore Roosevelt decides to take a trip to the Badlands. He writes back to Alice and says, "I know that we have been struggling to figure out what I'm to do with my life. Will I be a writer or a politician? Will I go into ranching? And he invests $14,000, half of his inheritance, in cattle in North Dakota. That's before the events that are to come. So he always planned a life in the East and the West. And he returns home, and he's so convinced that Alice is going to have the baby on the anniversary of their engagement, Valentine's Day, that he returns to Albany on February 11th, 1884. He gets a telegram the next day on February 12th that the baby has been born and Alice is only fairly well. It's too late at night for him to arrange transport back to New York City. He waits until the next day, tries to finish up some of his committee business when he gets a second telegram. Now, the contents of this telegram, Carl, have been lost to history, but we know Theodore Roosevelt's reaction. His face went ashen white. He dropped the telegram and he ran to the train station in Albany. And a train trip that normally would have taken 2 to 2.5 hours took 5.5 hours because of this thick, dense fog that had descended over the city. None of the ships were running in the harbor, none of the hansom cabs. He gets to the train station in New York. He has to make his way through this fog, walking 15 blocks to 6 West 57th Street, the Roosevelt family home, where Elliot, his brother, says, "There is a curse on this house. Mother is dying and Alice is dying too." He runs up to the 3rd floor. He holds Alice in his arms until 2:30 in the morning when he's called to the 2nd floor where his mother, Mittie, has died of typhoid fever. He goes back up to the 3rd floor. He holds Alice in his arms for 11 straight hours until 1:30 in the afternoon when she too dies of Bright's disease, a kidney disorder that was exacerbated by the childbirth. He writes an enormous X in his diary on February 14th, Valentine's Day, and says, "The light has gone out of my life." And he decides not to run for re-election. He settles his affairs. He puts the baby in the care of his older sister, Bammy, and he leaves for the Badlands and says, "I shall go to the Badlands, and what I shall do after that, I do not know."
Her last letter to him.
Devastating.
Yeah, his wife writes him a letter saying, in essence, your mother is ill, but I think she'll pull through. And basically, I'm waiting for the child.
Yeah, the last words that Alice ever says to Theodore are, "I do hope I get to see my wee baby soon."
And she's dead within 2 days.
2 days.
Okay, so you had the girlfriend, broke up, has 6 wonderful years. What happens next?
He's out in the Badlands of North Dakota. He's living the strenuous life. He is depressed. He says that the Badlands look as Edgar Allan Poe writes. If that tells you his mental state at that point. But he's able to do something there that he was not able to do in his privileged life in the East. He's able to be in nature. I mean, nature was his classroom and his tonic. It was the way he recovered in the land. He later says, I never would have been president without my experiences in North Dakota. And he exchanges letters saying of all the experiences in his entire life, which one would he keep? He would keep the memory of a ranchman in Dakota.
Yeah.
And it's because the land and this time saves his life. But he also, he abandons his child. I mean, his newborn baby is left in the care of his older sister, Bammy, and he later will say, you should keep her. You're the only mother she's ever known, and I don't think I can be a good father to her, which will cause a real psychic rift between them in their adulthood.
Yeah. Let's leave the women for a moment, and these weird relationships that he develops in the Badlands. Because this is the wild frontier. This is the edge of America.
Yeah.
And it's in the middle of nowhere.
The middle of everywhere, Carl.
Born in Grand Forks, North Dakota, which passes for a major metropolitan area only in North or South Dakota. Everywhere else,
I'm just saying, we're in the geographic center of North America. It is geographic.
Yeah, but you're on the far edge of the United States of America.
All right. Yeah. It's as far as the train would go in 1884. How about that?
Exactly.
We'll compromise on that.
But talk a little bit about, I mean, there's a French count, there are the rough and tumble cowboys, there are, Western ranchers. I mean, this is for the city slicker from the Upper East Side, this is really a much different place.
There's a French marquis who has married a New York heiress and taken a lot of his father-in-law's money to start a slaughterhouse in Medora, because he's going to have a ranch and he's going to have a refrigerated car system that bypasses the Chicago slaughterhouse system. He's opened 3 restaurants in New York in 1884 under ranch to table. Can't make it up, right? He's slightly ahead of his time.
Enough to go broke with his father-in-law's
and
money.
he did go broke. Well, he built a home for his in-laws. It's way down the road from the slaughterhouse and his home. Yeah. But these eccentric characters doesn't even begin to describe it. The reason Medora exists as a town is the Marquis comes, and there's a town, Little Missouri, which was known as Little Misery, by the way. And they refuse to give him the permits to build his slaughterhouse, so he goes across the river, establishes a new town, and says, I will name it for my wife, Medora von Hoffman. I mean, he gets into a duel while he's in the West. The Marquis murders a man and goes on trial for murder. Theodore and he are, it's a fascinating dynamic. I mean, he is living, I think Theodore Roosevelt was just famous enough, he was just well known enough that the cowboys and ranchers and the Marquis knew, if we kill him, we're probably going to get hung for it. So I think it's one of the, I mean, he survived on his own, but he was truly living. I mean, one of the 11 letters that was locked in a safe is from this mysterious year, 1885. We really don't know much of what Theodore was doing in the Badlands. He lives at the Elkhorn, which is his personal ranch. Today, it is a part of Theodore Roosevelt National Park, the only park named for a person, let alone a president. It's known as the cradle of conservation, where his conservation ethos was born. And this letter talks about how 2 stray horses took off, and at a moment's notice, he chased them, went 40 miles from the Elkhorn Ranch, didn't bring his hat and gloves. A snowstorm moves in. He gets blinded in the snowstorm until he finds a Texan cowboy that happens to be coming across the path, who leads him into a cave where they can spend the night and make a fire. And he says, the Texan cowboy treated me first rate. I really like them as a class. I mean, what? Like, this actually happened. It's extraordinary.
Okay, so he comes back
Bammy lures him back.
Bammy, tell us how that all happened.
So Bammy is the Karl Rove of Theodore Roosevelt's life. If Karl were related to George W. Bush, they were brothers, then that might be even more accurate description.
Yeah,
I mean,
Bammy's my favorite.
Bammy's...
He writes letters to Bammy and lays it all out.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he tells her all the secrets and all the things about politics that he shares with no one else. My favorite is, it's just 1896, Roosevelt has backed the wrong candidate for president, the Republican nomination. He's backed Thomas Brackett Reed, the Speaker of the House, and McKinley, the outsider and the reformer, has beaten the bosses. And he writes a letter to Bammy saying, we had a great convention. We have a strong gold plank. And McKinley is a good man, but I fear he is weak. And I worry about my country in a moment of crisis. And I mean, and then 2 days later writes one of McKinley's closest friends and said, we must do everything we can to elect McKinley. And when he's elected, you must be made the minister to France, or at least the secretary of the treasury. And my ambitions, such as they are, could go by the wayside, which is a way of saying, I need your help, man. I need to rescue my political
I backed the wrong candidate. Whoops.
Yeah. But Bammy
very good TR, by the way, Karl. You could have a whole second career.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not the only one I can do. Ed O'Keefe, total loser. Ed is a total loser. You made a mistake. Hillary is the most qualified person ever to run for president, more qualified than me. Anyway,
what about the one you worked for? Can you do him?
Yeah. How y'all doing? But go ahead on Bammy. So Bammy's got a plan.
I hope that the next Writers' Festival has Ed O'Keefe, total loser, in the banner. That'll be great. So happy. That's a moment that will live on.
No, he said it about me.
Okay, all right, that's right. So Bammy is the political Svengali. She's the older sister, but only by about 3.5 years. She sees the political chessboard. Theodore Roosevelt is impetuous. He is incredibly intelligent, probably able to. I mean, but Bammy has the instinct. She knows who he needs to meet. She knows who he doesn't need to meet. She knows who to back. I mean, Bammy. Let's just quickly. Bammy is responsible for putting Theodore Roosevelt into his first civil service job in the Harrison administration. She is then responsible for suggesting perhaps he would be a good police commissioner in New York. She's the one who introduces him to Richard Harding Davis, who makes him famous as the police commissioner in New York. Then Richard Harding Davis will follow him into the Spanish-American War and make him the hero of the Spanish-American War because he's got a journalist following him. I mean, Bammy knows if you have a journalist following you, documenting everything you're doing, it's going to get reported in the papers and you're going to come out a hero on the other side. Bammy is the one who, after Theodore writes pretty profusely that he does not believe in McKinley, makes amends with the McKinley campaign, arranges an introduction, has an individual vouch on his behalf, and basically gets him the job as Assistant Secretary of the Navy. And she's the one who's saying, you know, maybe you should consider the vice presidency. She's the one who supports him in the governorship. I mean, she has a home in Washington, D.C. at 1733 N Street, about 10 minutes from the White House. He goes there pretty much every day. I mean, the press refers to her home in Washington as the other White House. That's how influential Bammy is in TR's life.
When McKinley is assassinated, and the new president is Theodore Roosevelt, he spends the first several weeks living at Bammy, not the White House, because he wants to show deference to Mrs. McKinley and give her time to leave. Yeah,
he holds his first cabinet meetings at his sister's home with his sister present.
Yeah, powerful. All right, but Bammy has a plan.
So Bammy has a plan. She basically says, okay, the only way we're going to get Theodore back is if we reintroduce Edith. And Theodore says, whenever I'm back from New York, there's one rule. I do not wish to see Edith. Because he knows that if he sees her, they'll fall back in love, and he will break the Victorian code that says if your spouse dies, you should live the rest of your life honoring them by not getting remarried. She has a tea with Edith and, gives Theodore the wrong time for him to arrive. Edith is coming down the stairwell of her New York brownstone when he walks in the door. Magic. 6 weeks later, they are secretly engaged. Took 6 weeks. And he's so embarrassed of this. I mean, he's so torn. He's known to walk up and down his home in the Badlands and say, I have no constancy, I have no constancy. He even hides the engagement from Bammy. He doesn't tell her that they've gotten engaged. So somehow, I couldn't solve this one. If someone out there solves it, we'll know. The New York Times reports that Edith and Theodore are engaged. And Bammy writes Theodore a letter and says, that damned New York Times, always making things up about you, has claimed you're engaged. I have demanded a retraction and received it and got an apology in the New York Times. And Theodore writes this incredible letter back that says, that damned New York Times, always lying and making things up about me. But this one happens to be true. I am engaged to Edith and we are to be married. And so she, that would be amazing if they did that, they coordinated that. She didn't know.
Now today, we'd have a giant event at Mar-a-Lago with everybody invited to the second wedding. That doesn't happen here.
No.
What happens?
They get married in London. They have to establish a residency for 2 weeks in London at a hotel. It's a very quiet ceremony. The person that they meet, Cecil Spring Rice.
This is, again, one of my favorite figures. Here's a young British diplomat who finds himself on the same boat from New York to Britain, introduces himself, and becomes one of Theodore Roosevelt's close confidants and friends for the rest of his life.
And serves as his best man at his wedding.
And 2 weeks later is his best man at his wedding. You can't make this shit up.
Nope. That would have been a better title for the book, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, Cecil Arthur Spring Rice. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Connie. Anna Roosevelt, Bammy, marries into the Coles family, which is newspapers.
Yep.
And Connie marries is he Irish? He's Irish, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he's got a military career and he's in real estate. He's very involved with J.P. Morgan. So she has a very unhappy marriage. Let's see. She said, Connie. So Eleanor Roosevelt put it best: if you wanted advice, you went to Bammy. If you wanted sympathy, you went to Connie. So anybody who has siblings, you understand, you have different purposes and different relationships in your life. So Connie is like the emotional outlet for TR. She's the one that he goes to when he really just wants to emote and get his frustration out. She's so influential during his governorship that she'll hold these breakfasts at her home in New York. And eventually, Boss Platt will say, all right, now everyone clear out. I want my time with the governor. And they've prearranged this where they'll say, well, surely my sister Connie can stay. I mean, she is but a woman, and she takes such an interest in my affairs. And she'll sit in the corner and knit and hear everything they're talking about. And so when he leaves, they can conspire and decide what he's going to do politically and personally. I mean, so influential was Connie during the governorship that Theodore himself said, haven't we had fun being governor of New York? I mean, so Connie's great because she slips stories to the press about the Roosevelt family. She knows Edith really doesn't like the family stories being out in public, but Connie is the reason we know about Algonquin the pony going up to the second floor of the White House. She's the reason that we know about Emily Spinach, the snake that Alice, the daughter, wore around her neck. And when was asked, why do you wear a snake around your neck and why is it named Emily Spinach? She said, well, there's two reasons. I don't like my Aunt Emily and I don't like spinach. Obviously. But Connie knew if the public fell in love with Theodore Roosevelt and this rambunctious, incredible family, he'd have more political success. So here they are conspiring to make him the great man that they knew he could become.
What I'd like to do in the next 10 minutes, they started the clock just now, so they're saying 11:32. Right. For about 40 minutes, I've been looking here saying 45 minutes, the time is not passing at all.
We entered a time warp.
Exactly.
Right.
But look, first of all, I'm not getting paid for this. Buy this damn book. You will enjoy it thoroughly. He's given you a taste of what you will get in each and every chapter of this book. And for historians, this has got a lot of new material. One of the things that O'Keefe has done is found things that people did not know about. I want you to talk about the velvet ribbon, the velvet box.
So there's this lore that exists, created in part by Edmund Morris, who I did talk with before his untimely passing. And it was that Theodore never spoke about his first wife again. Well, he named his daughter Alice after his first wife, and there was a relationship with the family. Alice would go spend every summer with the Lees, and so I just was determined to find out more about this woman. And by the way, the daughter, in that interview that she gave when her granddaughter later donated the letters, she said, "I always thought there were three people in my parents' marriage. There was my mother, there was my father, there was my stepmother, and the ghost of my 22-year-old mother." So that's a whole nother book, Alice and the relationship with TR and their dynamic. But I wanted to find something, anything, of the evidence that this 22-year-old lived. And I go to Sagamore Hill, and I'm working with Laura Cintoretti, this fabulous National Park super, and there's this little thing that says, Alice Hare, 9 years old. And it, like a clip you would keep of your child. And I said, I know it sounds strange, but I have no evidence of her. I would love to see it. And so we went deep into the archives of Sagamore, and we pull out what looks like a box you would get at Tiffany, sort of this greenish blue box, velvet. We open it up, and indeed, there on the top is clippings in her mother's handwriting of Alice Hare, 3 months old, Alice Hare, 9 years old, and it looks like there's a secret compartment. And we open up the secret compartment, and there inside are 16 inches of Alice's hair, almost like a ponytail that would have been cut. And in the very distinguished handwriting of Theodore Roosevelt says, "The hair of my sweet wife Alice cut after death." And then there were all the photos of her. Every photo that he ever had of her was kept inside. And he hid this box at Sagamore Hill from Edith, his second wife, his whole life. It had never been discovered before. So he had this secret keepsake, this reminder, this physical keepsake of her. So I do not believe that. I believe he expunged her from his memory because the memory was too painful, and he lived the strenuous life. He said, "Black care rarely sits behind a rider whose pace is fast enough." In other words, I'm going to outrun depression. He battled mental illness his whole life, and his daughter Alice was the only one that actually called it the D word, said, "Dad is depressed." He would call it blue or indigo, or and then he'd go hunting, or he'd go on an adventure down the Amazon, or and it was a good cure for him. Nature was his tonic, but that object, that discovery, really to me was Alice was the heartbreak he never got over.
Okay, you're all going to run out and buy the book, but before we let you go, we're going to spend a few minutes talking about Ed's current occupation as the CEO of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library. Full disclosure, I'm one of his many minions in charge of soliciting checks and contributions. So I'll be at the back, and I'm willing to accept cash, credit card, or checks.
Yeah.
But
Carl now takes Square too.
Yeah,
so it's very
exactly.
convenient. It's in his pocket.
So talk to us a minute about this vision and what's happened.
So I started the research on the book before I was introduced to the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library. It's been an idea since Theodore Roosevelt died in 1919. He predates the presidential library system. His papers are scattered throughout the world in 33 different institutions and private collections. And the state of North Dakota, because he had this significant presence in the Badlands, had offered a $50 million endowment contingent on our foundation's ability to raise $100 million in a year. That seemed like a daunting challenge. Then COVID hit. But we did it. We raised when I took the job, my wife likes to say there was no money, no land, and no architect. Good idea. But we've hired Snøhetta. They've designed this extraordinarily beautiful, graceful building that disappears into the landscape, the 65 million years of geologic history of the Badlands. It's 93 acres where you can go hiking, biking, horseback riding. The 100,000 square feet inside is 33,000 square feet of immersive, interactive exhibit space. We are actually working with Microsoft to not only digitize the archive of Theodore Roosevelt, but to also make Theodore Roosevelt available for the first time, first president available in AI. And I've seen the prototype. He's combative. You better know your stuff if you're going to have a conversation with TR and AI. And it's fascinating. I mean, Doris, who's on our board, and you're going to hear from in a couple of days, Doris Kearns-Goodwin, she's working on her next book and using some of that AI for the research. She says it's revolutionary because, you know, a letter that you might have in the collection at Harvard is not connected necessarily to a letter that Karl Rove happened to buy at auction 25 years ago, and now the two can be united in your research. So it's been an extraordinary effort. We've raised now almost $400 million. The project is opening on July 4th, 2026, the 250th anniversary of America. Thank you. And think about this. Theodore Roosevelt was president in 1901. He was president during our 125th anniversary as a country. So it was exactly 125 years since the Declaration of Independence, exactly 125 years to where we are now. He is this fulcrum of the American century, and everything he experienced, from immigration to economic change to technology disrupting American life to the debates about imperialism and the U.S.'s place in the world, everything. History doesn't repeat, it rhymes, right? And Theodore Roosevelt, I say he's like a Rorschach test. What you see in him says more about him, it's more about you than it does about him, right? We've got Republicans, Democrats, independents, people from all 50 states, 12 different countries who are participating in this project because Theodore Roosevelt has an ability to bring people together.
Yeah, and it's been remarkable that we have an Abraham Lincoln Library, we obviously have Mount Vernon, we have Andrew Jackson's Hermitage, we have, Rutherford B. Hayes has a presidential library, Benjamin Harrison has a presidential library, and 33 institutions hold the papers of Theodore Roosevelt. And Microsoft, which put in, I think, $25 million, they understand the importance of this. This will allow us to have, you know, the story that hasn't been told.
Well, I mean, I like to say that when you're in the East, when you are at Sagamore Hill or you are at the Boyhood Home, you feel the presence of Theodore Roosevelt's ghost. But when you are in the Badlands, when you're out where nature revived and restored him, you feel the presence of Theodore Roosevelt's spirit. It is a magical kind of place. Every time I have been out there to Theodore Roosevelt National Park, there is someone who is going through a divorce, or they're in a battle for their health, or they've lost a family member to cancer, and they've come to this place. It has this kind of spiritual awakening. It's a very extraordinary landscape. And you can see and you can feel how TR would have come here at his moment of greatest despair and found his way forward and truly changed not only America, but the world. And so that's what we hope. We hope we can, this isn't just a presidential library. It is a place where we are challenging generations to get in the arena for the change they want to see in the world. We want kids to drag their parents to this experience so they can be together as a family, off their phones, on the roof of this place, looking out at the 360-degree view of the Badlands. You know, get in the arena and use this incredible story. I mean, if we wrote Theodore Roosevelt's story and submitted it to an editor, they say that's ridiculous. I mean, okay, I mean, fine, he can go on the African expedition, but then he's not going to go down the River of Doubt, really. He's not really going to get assassinated, or, you know, attempted assassination during a presidential progressive run after he's given up office. I mean, it's extraordinary.
And insist upon giving a speech before he's taken to the hospital.
Right. I mean, so
this,
take the lessons of this extraordinary life, this persistence, this resilience, this communing and understanding of nature, the celebration of citizenship, leadership, and conservation, and instill those values in the next generation so we can look to the past, understand where we are here at America 250, and where we want to go by America 500.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've got your instructions. Buy the damn book. Thank you, Ed O'Keefe. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Douglas Brinkley and Lieutenant General Russell Honore.
reporting for duty.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Great to see you all, and thanks for coming to this session. It's an important one, and it certainly is for me, because on August 29th, 2005, I was a professor at Tulane University teaching history, and I had evacuated, living in New Orleans. My kids were born in New Orleans. My wife's from there. And we did not evacuate, which was a mistake. We thought it was a vertical evacuation in a place called One River Place. I got to see the Mississippi River go backwards, which was awesome for all of about a minute until you saw what eventually occurred. And my first reportorial wandering around the French Quarter, I thought we missed the big one because there were shutters down, everything you would expect for a hurricane. It was only when I got closer and went to the Ninth Ward and Lower Ninth Ward in particular, and saw the police in panic and realized that the levees were breaching. Three levees, and what's known as Mr. Go, which was the industrial canal that connected the Gulf of Mexico to the Mississippi River, had become like a tunnel for water, which flooded our it flooded at Jackson Barracks, the Louisiana National Guard. Some guardsmen were in Iraq. Many police left, and that with no electricity, and it's like a bowl, New Orleans water, will come in because it's below sea level parts. Red Cross would not operate. They have a law: you don't send your assets, your people, to work in a below sea level environment. So it was mayhem, and that lasted for a week, and from 29th every day. And the person who came to the rescue, not just by his professionalism and leadership, by a kind of a psychological uplift, was this man, General Honore. And he's an American hero. And General Honore, if we could just begin, reflect on what your mindset was. You're watching on the Weather Channel or getting military reports. You're seeing this storm coming. Can you just think of like the lead-in to Katrina, and where were you physically at, and what was your thought process at that time?
Well, thanks for coming. It's an honor to be here. Most of my colleagues, generals and admirals at my stage, shop at Brooks Brothers. I shop at Tractor Supply. So it's an honor to be here among the people that go to book festivals and believe in reading. So I think we have a connection already. I was commanding the 1st United States Army. I was the 33rd commander of 1st Army, a prominent Army command, first led by Blackjack Pershing, and on D-Day commanded by Omar Bradley. So the legacy of this operation and our planning started actually when Katrina was in Cuba. As is, you would expect your army to be prepared. We were preparing when the storm was in Cuba and crossed the Gulf, and by the time it was just south of Florida, on Thursday before Katrina, I sent a request to Northern Command, which is in Colorado Springs, to Admiral Keating's headquarters, and requested ships, helicopters, and troops. That request went to the Pentagon, and the Deputy Secretary of Defense said, "Tell Russ Honore we don't have a request from FEMA yet." So his requests for troops are denied, and ships and helicopters, because we'd already war-gamed the scenario if the storm was to hit the coast. My command included the Mississippi River to the east, and the general in Texas was responsible for New Orleans and everything to the west, to provide military assistance to civil authority as requested. We trained 4 or 5 times a year in major assimilation exercises. And As the storm approached, again, I got the word back, no. Saturday, we won a video conference with the president and the National Command Authority, and he had Mayfield from the Weather Service said, President, this is going to be bad. Tell Louisiana and Mississippi, get ready. And as is lost in much of the news, that day, President Bush did something that only the second time it had ever been done. His dad had done it one time before. He declared a pre-disaster declaration. Now it's done for everything. But that was the only second time it was done. On Saturday before the storm hit.
That's called like ass covering, basically.
Right.
Yeah. You just say, a disaster coming.
Get ready.
Yeah.
And it authorized everyone that if something happened, we're going to give you money. That's what, in essence, it's doing. We're going to get at least 75% of the overtime you spend, the contractors you hire, the generators you buy. Now, this is Saturday. The storm comes Sunday evening. So what it forced the hand in Louisiana, because what you'll find about politicians, they don't want to do a forced evacuation. The mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, you were there, on Friday, and the governor were pleading for people to do voluntary evacuation. But there's always a conundrum because economy can make people do stupid stuff. That Friday, the Saints was having a pregame, what do you call that, before they start season with the...
Tailgater.
Yeah, with the Tampa Bay Bucks. It was a preseason game. So as it played out on WWL, they said, well, are we going to have school today? So they called the school board guy and said, well, if the Saints having a game today, we got to open school because where the people going to leave their children today? Because they're going to want to go to the game tonight. And the mayor and the governor is pleading, evacuate, evacuate, evacuate. And that mandatory evacuation didn't happen until that Saturday. But a lot of people stayed in the city because of the game.
Yeah.
There are a lot of stupid decisions made by politicians over an economic event, because it's an economic event when you have a game, but you got a storm stirring in the Gulf. Well, and that's a dilemma people went through. I'm sorry.
No, not just the game, but New Orleans is a tourist economy. I mean, there's one Fortune 500 company, Entergy, which is on and off the list, one in New Orleans. Minneapolis, St. Paul have like 15, 20 Fortune 500 companies. So the river traffic and tourism's big. So you kill a weekend for a storm, tell everybody to leave. It's an effect of every business. But Mayor Ray Nagin, to me, not only was slow with that, but then Nagin started, after the water's coming, looking to get school buses, and nobody could find the keys to all the yellow school buses. How can that be?
Well, it was a little more sophisticated than that, and that's the difference between news and history.
Right. No, let me hear it.
The difference between news and history, in actuality, the state had a contract for buses to come in if needed. But during the evacuation, that was the responsibility of the city.
Yes.
So the mayor is yelling, evacuate, evacuate, evacuate. Well, what do public servants do with their families? These people work for $12 an hour. So they got to get their families to Mamu or Ville Platte or Opelousas or Memphis. So a lot of the public servants, you work for $12 an hour for the city with minimum health care, and there's a storm coming and you got a wife and kids, or you're a mom and you got twins. What are you going to do with them? So a lot of the public servants did what you're off shift, you try to get your family. So there were buses issues during the evacuation. The other thing...
I'm talking post-evacuation, yeah.
Well, post-evacuation, that was a state contract. But there was a problem with pre-storm evacuation because we had stupid rules. We had rules where the city had an evacuation plan, And they said, call us if you need a ride. Well, they would send an ambulance or a vehicle to go get an elderly person that needed help. They got to the house, and this happened more than once. The elderly person will said, well, Fido got to come with me too. That's my dog. I'm not leaving my dog. They said, well, we got a law. You can't put a dog in an ambulance. State law.
Yep.
And boy, we don't break no damn state law in evacuation.
Yep, PETA would, and people would chip animals. The dogs got rescued where humans didn't.
So a lot of elderly people didn't depart. And the point to remember is the majority of the people that died in this documented by the data center were elderly, disabled, and poor, and they were home alone.
Yes. And they lost.
We put them in the body bag.
And they lost. I was in the boats and saw the bodies floating, and most of the people that we went and saved to bring to Ochsner, the people that you're talking about, left behind. A lot of them were worried about their medications. Some people were on dialysis machines. Some people had respiratory illnesses. Some people had the disease of loneliness. And the city of New Orleans, a white paper, is not an evacuation strategy. And there were no pickup places, nothing to do. It was a totally dysfunctional city of New Orleans when it comes to evacuation. Miami had learned to do it better. Jeb Bush with FEMA had done it better, but in the post. But this became dysfunction after dysfunction. And in an emergency operation, General, is the mayor has to be a point person. And you know where I found Ray Nagin? On the top floor of a Hyatt hotel, hiding. And then I talked to the top people as a journalist and historian of Homeland Security. And Nagin was already seen as broken and crooked and untrustworthy. And I wrote about him as a historian and a journalist. And I put the bastard in jail. Yeah.
For a record, most politicians are 1 foot from going to jail.
Well, he was both, and he did.
Unfortunately. But that is true. Yeah. That's where I found him. Had to go meet with the mayor. It was in the top of the Hyatt Hotel because they had minimum service, so he'd move to a different room every day, and the managers at the Hyatt hadn't had enough staff on hand to feed him and to keep him and his staff functional. But I first met him at the Superdome on Wednesday morning at 9:47 when I landed on a Navy helicopter. It's interesting how I got the mission because on Tuesday I self-deployed to Camp Shelby, Mississippi, because the Pentagon was still working on, we don't have a request from FEMA yet. But I self-deployed in my SUVs to Camp Shelby. I went to see the governor of Mississippi and the adjutant general Tuesday afternoon. They gave me a ride over the Mississippi coast, and it was destroyed. So I got back to Camp Shelby, just south of Hattiesburg, and I called my boss, Admiral Keating, and I said, Admiral, I'm in Camp Shelby, Mississippi. I've overflown the coast of Mississippi, and it's destroyed. He said, Russ, number one, what in the hell are you doing in Mississippi? We don't have a request from FEMA yet. You see, the government was still working by the protocols.
Yeah. And that bridge, I-10 bridge over the water, it's like a demarcation point.
Yeah, that's a rule you can't break. Well, I told him what I saw. He said, what do you mean destroyed? I said, sir, the military definition of destroy. Have you eat, give it to you. The place is no longer functional, and there's death on the ground. So he said, okay, smart. I can't use AZZ here. I can use that. He said, okay, AZZ, I'll talk to you later. So he called the Pentagon, talked to the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, who informed the SecDef, who was in Rumsfeld, who then called the president and said, hey, we got a general in Hattiesburg, and he's the First Army commander. And I'm told the word was, get that general to New Orleans. Now remember, the general in Texas was supposed to go there, but he was waiting on orders following protocol. That's how I ended up in New Orleans. I follow the rules of Napoleon. The first rule of warfare, you got to get there.
And was your getting there was so dramatic? Were you itching to get in sooner were you feeling we've got to get in while you're watching it or following how this unfolded? Was there a time? Because in relief and rescue of lives, they sometimes say there's a 48-hour or 60-hour window.
Well, I got severely criticized Friday because I pre-deployed my teams into Florida, the Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico. And they said, what are you doing that for? We don't have a request from FEMA. I said, well, tell me, smart AZZ, how I'm going to get them in there the day after the storm. How stupid is that? I can get them there before the storm. They can go into a shelter. They've got satellite communications. The storm passed, and they can tell me what the needs are. But the way the Army, the way the Pentagon had this set up was like a game playing in a football that you go in to lose. Because it's one thing, regardless of how good you are, Doug, and I think we might agree on this. In a real disaster, you're going to lose the first quarter. If people are not dead, infrastructure is not broke, things are not burnt, you didn't have a damn disaster, you had an inconvenience. And politicians have a hard time dealing with that because they think they lose their popularity. But in a real disaster, I don't care how good you are, you're going to lose the first quarter of the game. Absolutely. Is that fair?
Completely. That's exactly right. And and you knew that, and FEMA became famous at that moment for being nowhere. And George W. Bush, President Bush, was at Crawford, Texas. Yeah. Max Cleland, the veteran who had lost 2 legs and an arm in Vietnam, was there with Cindy Sheehan protesting war in Iraq. Wow. Bush then flew out to San Diego and continued, because they didn't want to abandon their foreign policy point, which was, look, we thought after World War II, MacArthur would be in Japan for a year or 2. And instead, we were there for 7 years in Japan. We're going to be in Iraq long. So they continued the foreign policy. Let's pull up, General, if you could, some of the photos. There's one with you with George W. Bush.
Yeah, need to go back, I guess.
Let me see if they're popping up there.
Go back one. There we go.
There you go. Can that get pulled up? There we go. So there's what we're talking about, George W. Bush. Bush stayed in San Diego, and Michael Chernoff was in Atlanta at an avian flu convention and said it's not that bad. They missed the big one, yet CNN showing and others showing split screens. Bush did his famous flyover, where he peered down and got media hammered by it. How did you connect? When did you and George W. Bush connect on Katrina in a realistic way?
Correct me if I got there Wednesday morning at 9:47, and the flyover happened around that time.
That's woke him up.
Then he came back Thursday or Friday of that week, and we were sitting there with the governor, Chernoff, his attorney general. He came in big, and he looked around the room, and Mrs. Bush was there. He said, until this evacuation is done, y'all listen to this general. I mean, he's telling the governor that, the Secretary of Homeland Security. He's in charge until this evacuation is done. And he looked at me as the meeting was over at the state headquarters. He said, look, cowboy, you get these people out of here. I had never heard of a mission like that before. I'm kind of a cowboy. I got 2 horses. I mean, quarter horse. But how did he know? Look, cowboy, get these people out of here. And I use that selectively because that became, he empowered me to get past stupid. Because one of the things you determine in a disaster, as we saw in the California fires, the first thing you have to do when you're faced with a disaster is figure out what rules you're going to break.
Yeah.
Because the rules are made for blue sky. So that Saturday, we had gotten the people out of the Superdome by bus, you remember, on Thursday and Friday. Saturday, we had a bunch of buses go to the convention center.
And the roof caved, remember, of the Superdome, too, adding to the drama.
So the National Guard, Louisiana National Guard, what was left of it, because the majority of it was in Iraq, on the route Irish. I know because my son was in that unit. And they got the people to the airport. So here comes the empowerment when the big guy in the blue plane said, "Cowboy, get these people out of here."
So if someone's going to do a dual biography, Michael Brown, the head of FEMA, was an Arabian horse dealer.
Right.
And you're the cowboy, the horse dealer and the cowboy. This is Bush thinking language of...
So we get the airplanes come in. This is key because this is where we start breaking the rules. The airplanes land. I have a major at the New Orleans airport, and the pilot said, "We need to find who's in charge." So they find my major. And they said, "You work for the general in down here?" He said, "Yep." "Well, you need to tell him we can't take off till we get a manifest." Now, here's people been standing around 7 days, many of them in underwear, believe it or not.
Yeah.
They've had very little to eat. They've had enough water. They're alive. They've been searched by the National Guard, and this pilot, he got on BlackBerry phone, had a little speaker conversation, and he said, "General, we can't take off until we get a manifest." I said, "We got no stinking manifest. I need you to load the plane and fly the damn plane. If you need a manifest, have everybody put their name on a yellow piece of paper and put it in a secure place, but we got no manifest." I said, "Where do you expect us to get a manifest from? Pulling out our fifth point of contact?" And he said, "Well, okay, but I'm telling you, you're taking responsibility about it." I said, "That's what I do." Because I'd known if we did not take off with those planes, Anderson Cooper with his little skinny self would be out there telling people we were double stupid.
Yeah.
So I took that risk because the man said, "Get these people out of here." Because the normal authority would have gone, I would have called the admiral in Colorado, he would have called the chairman of the joint, who would have to find Rumsfeld on a Saturday, who would have to find Chertoff on a Saturday, run it through their lawyers, take it to the White House and get an exception to FFA rule. Or I could say, I'll get court-martialed later, the hell with it, let's get the mission done. And that's what we did.
Tell me, the Mississippi River, if you stayed in New Orleans, down by the French Quarter, and then on the other side, people were trying to cross the bridge, and nobody would let them go to Algiers or gun on the other side. Why, in your strategic blackjack Pershing, Omar Bradley mindset, and would they let people from the convention center walk across the Mississippi River Bridge where they could get water, electricity services?
Well, for the same reason I didn't request the 82nd Airborne on Thursday. The capacity on that side of the river was limited. You put another 5,000 or 10,000 people over there, you're just displacing the problem. Here, we did have some minimum amount of security for people at the convention center, and we have no record of anybody dying of food or water, because when people got hungry, they go into survival mode. And if any of you saw the documentary, or if you hadn't seen it, I recommend you look at it. People went into stores and hotels and got food and water, and that's it. But we had no starvation that was documented at the convention center. So people go into survival mode. Anderson Cooper will call that looting. They're looting. Well, look, I don't call that looting when you go into a store and get food and water to keep yourself alive. Now, were there exceptions? Yeah, you might see some dude with some low-rider pants on with a 50-inch TV on his back. But that boy ain't right. Don't worry about him. You can catch him later.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, the insurance is going to pay that company for that TV, and there's no place to plug it up. So he ain't right. That's exception as opposed to people going in and getting food and water. What would you do if we were trapped here and an earthquake hit and there was food and water in the back of this library? What would you do? You try to get it and keep yourself alive. And that's the human experience I saw.
100%. That word looting started going, and people made up misinformation. People say you're being fired on. All the misinformation that the media propagated, and first-rate filming and getting out there.
Hit the next one.
Yeah, let's hit these. In our
Next slide. Because this is key. When our soldiers arrive.
There we go.
That's the
big
world
moment.
famous 82nd Airborne Division. A story there that resonates today. I got a call on Thursday night, Tuesday night, the first week the 82nd arrived. President said, go 9 o'clock Saturday morning, 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon, the 82nd Airborne is arriving in New Orleans. We're the only nation that could do stuff like that, just so you know. We got the stuff to do stuff like that. They arrived, we put them in position, and on Tuesday, the commanding general, Lieutenant General Caldwell, called me and said, General, you're not going to believe this. I said, well, tell me about it. I need good news. And he said, Staff Sergeant Smith and his squad went into a house, and his grandmother was standing there. She was in ankle-deep water, and as in the tradition of the 82nd Airborne that they've done throughout their historic history, Staff Sergeant Smith, 82nd All-American Division, here to save you, ma'am. And this lady had a pocket on the front of her dress and apron. And she turned around and she pulled a pistol out. And she said, I've had enough of this. 30 minutes later, Staff Sergeant Smith and the 82nd Airborne walked out with that lady. Think about the environment we're in today if that was to happen. What would have happened to that lady? This is what should happen when you bring experienced leadership to a problem.
And I want to get right back to that, but on the notion of leadership, just briefly, I think some people don't realize what the U.S. Army does humanitarian-wise around the world, like with the Haiti earthquake, or how we are always thinking of an Army as war, and that it could just reflect on Army and humanitarianism.
Now, our high-order mission is be able to close with, capture, and destroy the enemy at direction of the National Command Authority. But our daily mission is to protect Americans, wherever we are, and we have standing orders. Wherever you are as an Army commander, if local civilians are at risk and they need saving, you don't need to wait for an order from the president to go help save people's lives. That is what we signed up for. It's in our oath of office to protect the Constitution and follow the orders that the president has appointed. That is an inherent mission of the Army. It's not a month go by where you don't have a soldier getting a soldier's medal for going home and looking at some citizen trapped in a car, and we give them the soldier's medal, award them the soldier's medal. That's a part of our nature, is to be able to save lives. And when called upon to take life in one of the missions we don't like most, you want to see motivated soldiers, put them in there, go help with a hurricane or go help with a storm or a flood. They're self-motivated. Yeah. And they know what to do because their mission is to save lives. It's an inherent part of our mission, and it goes back all the way to the Revolutionary War.
Absolutely. And now let's go to the next slide if we could. Okay. What is that? What do you think when you see that photo, General?
It's heartbreaking because what it tells you is something didn't work. Now, again, in a real disaster, if it's a real disaster, people are going to die. That's what's classified as a disaster. But there's so much when you walk back, if we had done a little bit better, a little bit earlier, because we had an 80% evacuation, unheard of in all hurricanes. I don't know if you know that. We don't get 80% evacuation in Florida, and they're well organized for hurricanes. We had an 80% evacuation. The people that didn't leave were the poor, the elderly, and the disabled. The majority of people in New Orleans that didn't depart were poor. Yeah, you had some middle-class grandpa. Well, I ain't leaving my place till it's category 3. I'm staying with my stuff. Or I'm staying with my dogs. You had Uncle Joe there, that guy that everybody avoided Thanksgiving. They were there.
And sick relatives, they didn't want to move.
But it's the 29th of the month, and this is the impact of poverty. In a disaster, who's most affected? If it's hot, cold, or wet? The poor. They don't have the options. If you're middle class, you got a credit card, and you had a good car, you could call Nashville and get a hotel. When you're poor, you don't have that option on the 29th of the month. That's a lesson I learned. I grew up poor, so I know.
That's a big point.
Poverty has an impact on evacuation. And evacuation costs you money. You evacuate for a day, you will consume a week of your allowance, your budget. You evacuate for a week, it will cost you a month. Mm-hmm. And at that time, FEMA wasn't organized or could help people who evacuated say, hey, we're going to pay you for your evacuation. They can do all that now if you register with FEMA. The only reprieve we have was the Red Cross giving out cash cards. And that's how we got into the cash payments with FEMA adapted.
Absolutely. That's a big point. Let's go to the next slide. I'm looking at the clock. I want to get these in. That's the historic photograph. There are many, but that one lives eternal. That tells you some of the scope, but not even a touch of it for the whole Gulf South.
240,000 homes underwater. And some of them, the gas and the electricity, because the gas wasn't turned off, and there were electrical sparks, some of them had fire coming out of them. It was horrific at night to see this. And that's the sight I saw when I flew in on Wednesday morning.
When we went out in the boats to go, and the bodies like a war zone, bloated from the water, and then all of a sudden you had dragonflies start emerging, which would eat the mosquitoes. But I talked to police, and many people were afraid to go into the water thinking it was toxic. Like, I'll get sick, I'll get rashes, West Nile. Did that figure into your thinking? Like, what is the water, not by the time you guys are, I mean, at the first days as it's unfurling here, what's the fear of something like that, and how do you put troops into a potentially hazardous, toxic environment?
Well, the 82nd came in with the IBBs. You know what IBB is? Itty-bitty boats. The admirals use a different name for them, the little black boats. We got them too. We got more boats than the Navy. So they came in with the IBBs so we could move around either by small engine or paddle their way around. And they came in with waders because the Army, you call us, you expect us to solve the problem. You go to a flood, you bring your boat, you bring your waders, you bring your life vests, and you're ready to deal. And our team had already determined that this water was very toxic. So when we would go in the daytime and at night, we use a decontamination procedure, basic decontamination procedure, hot water, soap, a little bleach, and we would wash our vehicles and scrub our troops down every night.
Did you have a real concern that there could, it didn't manifest like that, but were you deeply concerned as a leader? Oh,
absolutely, because I was more concerned about the civilians because all our troops have to have tetanus shots. And in Mississippi, 2 days after the storm, we saw people cleaning up. And my surgeon told me, he said, General, we're going to have problems in Mississippi. These people out there, they don't have proper protection. There's no first aid station. We need to provide tetanus shots to them. So I called the people over Mississippi, and we talked to the governor and said, hey, we're going to put some tetanus shot teams on the coast. They said, well, how you going to figure out who need a tetanus shot? Haley Barber. What a character. And I said, we got a simple thing that my surgeon came up with. If you've been out of school over 4 years, you need a damn tetanus shot. Yeah. Common sense. No computers, no AI, just basic question that your grandma would ask. Yeah. If you've been out of school over 4 years, you need a tetanus shot because if you get exposed, it will kill you quick.
It's like Ken Burns talking last night about George Washington, great achievement with the smallpox. vaccination, the Revolutionary War. I just want one on our time. Mississippi slammed all of the towns, Gulfport, Bay St. Louis, et cetera. How do you look at Katrina as a regional now? Just like the Dust Bowl didn't happen in a day, Katrina isn't just the 29th; it's a whole.
Yeah.
What did you see in Mississippi that you can mention, and how were the three governors crucial? Haley Barbour you mentioned, Kathleen Blanco, governor of Louisiana,
yeah.
Rick Perry in Texas, where a lot of people evacuated to.
Oh, yeah.
How would you assess the three governors, and what's your take on what occurred there in Mississippi?
Well, the storm had a vote, because by Monday, Mississippi is already, everybody's in a kind of piece of high ground or safe. And there's very little search and rescue going in, because the water came in and it went back out. But it was devastating. We had those casinos that the Bible thumpers wouldn't let be on land, but somehow they could be in the water. Go figure. I mean, this is how these people think. But it's okay for it to be on the water. Those things tumble over, and was devastation to the economy. So they were able to be picking up on Monday evening and Tuesday. Whereas New Orleans, they were still in the survival mode after the storm. And it made it look like, well, a Republican man governor know how to do this better. And reporters would actually ask me that. Well, look, Mississippi look like they're doing okay. Yeah, but they're not underwater. The water came in, went out. In Louisiana, the water came in, and Louisiana is a bowl. And 240,000 homes on it. Well, I don't know, look like the Republican governor and the man is doing better. That's the kind of questions I would get in the media, and I wouldn't buy into it, because it's two different storms. But the poverty in Mississippi had its impact. The poverty in Mobile, again, the most affected are the poor, because those that didn't evacuate, they come from that demographics. And I hope that answers. And the people of Texas, it's not the same Texas we were dealing with then. This is a different Texas. They were welcoming, they took our poor and our ill, and they nurtured the people of Louisiana so they could get back on their feet. They took them in churches, they took them in the convention center. When Houston got filled, they went to Dallas, they went to San Antonio. And that's my last good word I could say about Texas.
And, well, Buddy Holly, or something like that. Willie Nelson. The next slide, please. Well, it's good that we're seeing this. Not just that, meaning that the amount of people writing messages on rooftops, looking for help. What does that trigger for you?
Like a case of PTSD, because we were held accountable as a government. We put people on the moon. From 30,000 feet, we can put a bomb on this stage with precision. And people were asking, if Anderson Cooper is there, where in the hell is the Army? The day after. And in a real disaster, the next day you just don't sweep in like Superman and take everybody out. The roads are closed, the river is closed, the Mississippi River, and the airport's closed. Everybody's got a good idea. And all of a sudden, every reporter is an expert. And what they don't know, they make up. And what they don't know sometimes, with all due respect, they make assumptions. I was going on Fox News, and I listened to the reporter, one of these 1 hour Fox night program, in which I hated to go on because they had all day to trap you on a question. And he was talking to a reporter in the French Quarter who was in a cocktail dress, smiling in the French Quarter. And then he comes to me, and this guy said, well, General, the city is contaminated. Why would we want to save this city? Some really off-the-wall crazy question. And I said, well, if the city is contaminated, why in the hell you got your reporter standing in the French Quarter? Well, General, we got to go. couldn't handle the logic because they would throw stuff like that out at the same time they had their reporters. The bad news is many of the reporters were in the central business district.
Yeah.
They were not on the correct me if I'm wrong, where the people were standing on the interstate or standing around the convention center.
There was I forget his name now, I think for NBC with the camera that got into simply the convention center before you came and started showing some of the footage.
Yeah.
Some of those kind of freelance videographer types kind of did some pioneering thing.
Absolutely.
At that moment. There's a hard question, and I'm be direct about it. How, on the rescuing of the poor of New Orleans, how much did race play into the response in your mind?
Well,
I know that's
let's say
loaded.
the counter to Kanye West. I mean, anybody can come up with some stupid shit every now and then. But this thing took off with, well, George Bush don't care about black people. Well, the majority of New Orleans is black. And if 80% evacuated, the 20% that stayed back because of the economics and other things, yeah, there's going to be a bunch of black people that need to be evacuated. But that got turned into an anthem that George Bush don't care about black people. That's BS. The storm had a vote. River closed, levee broke, airport closed, interstate disrupted, but that became a theme that challenged the central government. Remember, the federal government, their job is to back up the state, but our job also is to be prepared. We don't need to ask to come help. We got to be prepared. And that discouraged me a little bit in Biden them when we were dealing with Helene, because they didn't lean forward. They waited for the governor to ask. Here we go back to the script. And I was called Biden's office every day yelling at his national security people, why in the hell you hadn't sent the 101st Airborne in there? They're 100 miles away. Well, we got to wait for them to ask. I said, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. But anyhow, short-circuit that, and I hope I've answered your question. And you got the right to follow up on it. But.
Oh, no. I just want on our time to see a few more photos, or slides, if we could. Okay, that gets there. That's a crucial moment. You know, remember Bush came in and did the Brownie, you're doing a heck of a job in Mississippi. And there were still grumbles in Louisiana about George W. Bush because he's warring with Kathleen Blanco. But tell me about this photo.
Yeah, the guy on the right is Admiral Allen. He replaced Brownie, and we worked well together. What I enjoyed was the confidence of the president. And I think that meant a lot. This is not normal for a president to be talking to a 3-star general. You know, the chairman's not there, the NORTCOM commander's not there. It's unusual. But this is a domestic operation. And I think the president chose a style to make himself available and humble after the flyover, and he came back in repetitively to address the issue.
Have you stayed in touch with George? Have you seen him since?
Yeah, I went to his library inauguration where all the presidents were there. He invited me, and I thought that we had an honor. My wife and I went. And the biggest thing he did with 52nd Commander, he invited me to a White House dinner with Prince Charles, and I sat at the table with the president and Prince Charles. And Prince Charles, after dinner, brought some cookies out, protein cookies for disasters. And the president bit into one, and he barked like a dog. And Mrs. Bush said, "Damn it, George." We got 31 seconds left. I wish we had more time.
That's a great line. I never heard that story. Okay, we'll clap, but let's do one last slide because our clock's ticking, but let's look at one more. There he is. Now, if I were your biographer, I'd put that on the cover, but it's emblematic of your great service to our country, and you have the love of the American people and the love of everybody in Louisiana.
God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Michael Connelly with Linda Fairstein.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It is wonderful to be back, and it is wonderful, even though I have a cold. Bear with me, please. First, I want to thank Jamie and all of the angels of every variety for building this event to the most spectacular writers' festival on the planet. And really it is. So thank you. And I am so especially pleased, I tried to stay healthy, to have the honor and delight of interviewing Michael Connelly, who I know a bit, but whom I've admired from the first book that he wrote, The Black Echo, and who just writes the best contemporary crime fiction of anybody out there. So, welcome to you. Excuse me. More than a decade ago, Publishers Weekly, which is the trade magazine of the book industry, and often hard to get good reviews in, called Michael Connelly the Dostoevsky of modern crime fiction.
Wow.
Now, we don't laugh. We're often considered as crime writers like genre fiction. Nobody calls us literature. And it is so great to be taken so seriously at an event like this. But because Michael goes into the moral dilemmas of his protagonists and the motivations of evil in his killers and criminals, and really explores the underbelly of whatever setting, often Los Angeles, it is. He's got a world-weary hero, Harry Bosch, who may be lurking somewhere in here, the actor, Titus Welliver, who you'll meet later, who's seen the world, as it's been said, seen it all twice through world-weary eyes. So we welcome you, and I also want to caution you, whatever the introduction in your pamphlet has said about him, there are at least two things that are wrong. It probably says that he's sold more than 85 million books worldwide. That's wrong. By now, it's at least 90 million. And by this time next week, it'll be 92 million. So it keeps on going like that. And last I knew you were writing your 45th book. So what are you writing now?
No, I'm up to 40. I have one that's about to come out. That will be 42.
Okay, and when does that one come out?
In May.
And it's called?
It's called Ironwood, and it's set on Catalina, the island of Catalina.
Okay, so we're back with Stillwell on Catalina.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to get to that. I'm going to get through all the series and TV and movies, but I thought it would be good to go back to your origin story and tell us what I think is that you were born in Philly, moved to Florida as an adolescent. Would you take it from
when I
here?
was 12, my family moved down there, and I think it wasn't a great time in my life because I ended up going to 4 schools in 4 years, and that's what made me a reader because I was kind of the kid outside looking in, and so I took to reading. My mother loved crime fiction, and so I started with a lot of her books handed down to me, and then I spent a lot of time in libraries in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I read like To Kill a Mockingbird in a library in Fort Lauderdale, and I also read some Mike Hammer books from Mickey Spillane. So I was getting a well-rounded view of crime fiction, and it's so when it dawned on me at least 5 years later that I want to try to be a writer, it was immediately I want to try to write crime fiction. Mm-hmm. So.
And you are a Gator, like my beloved husband. You went to University of Florida. Mm-hmm. What did you major in there, and what were your, if you can remember, as a freshman, what were your career goals then?
Well, I didn't really get that moment where, hey, I want to be a writer, so I was already up there and I was flunking out of engineering.
That's a good moment.
And, so I went home and I was flunking out because I knew this was not the right path for me. And so I went home and told my parents that I wanted to be a writer, very specifically crime writer. And so my dad he's the one who suggested that I go back to school and switch majors into journalism as opposed to like English lit because of what my very specific goal was. And you know, his idea was, what you're saying here is a long shot. You understand that? And I said, yeah, I understand that. He said, but if you got a press pass, it's going to be a pretty interesting job, and you'll get into courtrooms, and you'll get into police stations, and you'll get some experience that might put you in the best position to take that long shot. And so that's what I did.
That was good advice.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing, actually. And but I was a journalist in Florida and then out in Los Angeles for about 14 years.
So in Florida, the Sun Sentinel, was that correct? And how long did you do that?
7 years there and 7 years at the LA Times.
And you, everybody says this, and I agree, write police dialogue better than anybody who writes crime fiction. You have the language, you have the slang, you have the interdepartmental talk to victims outside. When and how did that start? How did you get into the trust of PDs? Because that can be hard to do.
Well, that's two different questions. Getting the trust of detectives is very hard in Los Angeles. That's a very media-savvy department and difficult to break into. It was different in Fort Lauderdale. It's kind of my hometown. It's a much smaller department. I could just walk into the detective bureau, and you know, and LAPD, you had to be escorted in if they're even going to do that. So a lot of what I have an ear for really comes from Florida, even though I write about Los Angeles. And I was in the newspaper business when it was fat and happy. It was a profitable business, and there was no internet yet, so there's not enough room to tell your story. So you really pay attention to dialogue, and you don't use fluff. You use dialogue to advance the story, to add information. And so I think that those years as a journalist really gave me an ear for dialogue, an ear for slang, an ear for acronyms, which are plentiful in the law enforcement, and it kind of came from there. And then when I started writing fiction, I brought it with me.
And what took you from the Sun Sentinel, a good Florida, still in existence newspaper, is it?
Yeah, it's still there. I mean, I don't know if any paper is solvent anymore. When I worked at the LA Times, the Sunday newspaper weighed 12 pounds, and we even got sued because a guy threw it and killed somebody's chihuahua. That's a true story. And now if they flew it would flutter up into the sky and blow away. But yeah, no, I got involved in, it's that weird irony, and you know this from being a prosecutor, that the most interesting and the biggest things you're on are usually horrible tragedies. And so I spent a year on one story. It was about a plane crash of a Delta flight that left Fort Lauderdale, was stopping in Dallas and then going to LA. And so a lot of people that perished on it were from LA, and the LA Times saw the stories I was writing and kind of recruited me. So that's how that happened.
And was your beat first in Florida, was it a crime beat?
Yes, yeah.
And again, in LA, recruited for that?
Yes.
For that purpose?
Yeah, I mean, my whole career was courts or crime, and it was criminal courts, so it was all the same, yeah.
And during those first dozen years or so, did you have the longing to write a book? Did you have the desire to do it?
Yeah, I was practicing fiction from the start, and I wrote a couple books when I set in Fort Lauderdale. I never sent them out. They weren't worthy of being published, but the second one was better than the first, so I had hope. And then this big change in my life happened. I moved across the country to Los Angeles, so the third one I tried was the first one that got published, The Black Echo.
Okay. And tell us a bit about how you came to get that book published. It's a major feat to get from writing a manuscript to get your first book picked up. I take it by a real publisher.
Yeah, I mean, this was before internet, and so it's a very slow process. You know, you send out actual letters to agents, and you know, I created a list of agents that represented writers I was hoping to emulate. Sent them, lied like hell about, you know, all my awards and all the stuff I hadn't won, but you know, just to get someone to say I'll read 50 pages, and then that took over a year of. I came to realize that all agents will say, I'll read 50 pages if I have it exclusively, and that would take 10 years. So I said, you had it exclusively to everyone I sent.
And who was the sucker?
And it was really whoever, you know, said, I'll take you on first, I was going to go with. And that was one of the luckier things in my life, that the agent that said, you know, he'd take me on was actually my first choice, even though by the time he said, I'll take you on, I'd been rejected by 3 or 4 others. And so I was just lucky. If one of those 3 or 4 had said, I'll take you on, I would have gone with them. But instead, I got the guy I really wanted, and he had a long view of my career, which was somewhat rare. This was the time of people like John Grisham and David Baldacci hitting the big time on their first books, and that kind of changed publishing, where they were all looking for the big hit right away, and my agent was very good at saying, this guy's a slow burn, he's going to build an audience, he'll be successful in the long run, but maybe not at first, and that's a sales job, and he did it, so that was very good.
So that was 1992-ish, Black Echo?
No, it was actually late 80s then my publisher's Little Brown and Company, and they actually sat on the book for almost 2 years before it came out. Wow. Which bothered me, but my agent said, have your second book already written before the first one comes out, and you have to deal with all the confusion and everything else that comes with being a first-time author. And that was great advice, because you know, the book came out, and I was able to hand in the next one right away.
That's quite amazing. So your first book brought us the character Harry Bosch. Mm-hmm. Can you describe for us now where that character where he came from?
Well, I mean, he's an amalgamation of all my influences, you know, from books I loved, movies I've loved. I think the movie Bullitt with Steve McQueen was a major influence. Raymond Chandler's books, Ross McDonald's books, Joseph Wambaug's books. And then, you know, I had a job where I literally would talk to about 100 detectives a week. And, you know, some of them were people who I could see took the cases to heart and struggled with it. And that's what I was looking for. Not all detectives are like that. And some are 9-to-5ers, and that doesn't mean they're bad detectives, but other people you can tell carry stuff behind their eyes, and so I kind of gravitated towards them, and a lot of them influenced me. And you know, as far as all the real cops, real detectives, the one that was most influential is actually the sergeant in charge of the homicide unit in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I mean, he was really a forerunner for Harry Bosch. I mean, he was a Vietnam vet. He had difficulty with what he was doing. A lot of the aspects that ended up in the early Harry Bosch books came from this guy, and his name was George Hurt, of all names, because he seemed like he was hurt.
Wow. And your literary heroes, you've named a few of them, but I know, like many of us in this genre, Raymond Chandler had a big influence on you, fair to say? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially because he wrote about LA, and his ability to capture that diverse, confusing city was pretty magical, and it really helped me kind of like setting a high bar to shoot at.
Well, you've done it. Rumor has it that you once lived in an apartment that Philip Marlowe, the fictional Raymond Chandler character, lived in. Is that true?
Sort of. thing where I went home and told my parents I wanted to be a writer came after I discovered Chandler's books. And I discovered Chandler's books by seeing the movie The Long Goodbye with Elliot Gould as Marlowe. And so when I got out, many years later, I got out to LA, he lived in the movie, a really cool apartment called the High Tower. And this was before internet, and I was using a Thomas Brothers trying to find this place, all my reporting skills. And I found it, and I knocked on the door of the apartment manager and asked if that apartment was for rent. And he said, like, you're only the third writer this week to ask me that. But I gave him my LA Times business card, and he actually called it like about 10 years later and said, and I wasn't even working there, but the person who had my desk knew me. And she took the phone call and said, well, he hasn't worked here in years, but I can get him a message. What is it? So I ended up renting that as a writing office. And writers would knock on that door all the time. That movie has inspired a ton of people, and then they look for it, and I always would slam the door in their face.
That's the spirit. That's the spirit.
And also, like, successful writers, I almost never paid rent because I would rent it out for use in movies and TV shows because the showrunners or writers or directors loved that movie and also wanted to put a little nod into whatever they were making. So it was almost a profitable thing.
That's good. That's good. So your love for LA, I mean, had you been there before you took the LA Times job?
No, it's crazy. I didn't get there till I was 30 years old.
Ooh.
On an interview with the LA Times.
And was it the crime beat assignments that taught you the city pretty quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're a crime writer, crime reporter, you're a fast study of a city because every day you're going out to some scene or some place or whatever, and all of them are good places to be in the city. So you see stuff. I didn't get to it until I was 30, but I think by the time I was 31, I knew more about the city than somebody who'd lived there their whole life. And that's what happens in the newspaper business.
So from your books and from Bosch, the TV show, we know about Harry's great house in the Hollywood Hills. I take it you might have lived in the Hollywood Hills at some point?
Yeah, I live there now. But actually, I found his house when I was on a crime scene as a reporter. Someone had been found murdered in the street. And that was a big story because it was the Hollywood Hills. There's usually not that kind of crime up there. And it was right in front of a house where David Hockney, the painter, lives. So it was like celebrity murder, get up there. And so while I was waiting at the crime scene tape for the detectives to come tell me what's going on, I was looking around, and there was this cantilevered deck that was from a house that had burned, and they had like knocked off all the debris, and it was just a deck, and with like yellow tape, do not cross, and all that. But I went under the tape and walked out on the deck, and I said, "This is the kind of view I want Harry to have. I wanted him to look down on the city that he guards." It's kind of ripping off Batman, but it was like, I was thinking that as a guardian of the city, I wanted him to have a place that hopefully a cop could afford, and that looked down on the lights of the city. And this one had a view of a freeway, which was perfect because it's a freeway city, and it had everything I needed. And I happened to be writing the first book at that time, so that's why I picked that place.
Iconic. So there's a writer, probably a good friend of yours, who I love. Jamie, if we haven't had him here, we should get him, Bob Crace. Mm-hmm. And his character, one of his characters, Elvis Cole, I think, lives on the same street that Harry Bosch lives on.
Yeah, unknown. I mean, and he had it first, I admit that, but I hadn't read him yet. And but also it's Woodrow Wilson, which goes up one side of the Hollywood Hills and down the other, so they're actually on opposite sides of the mountain. But there is a book, I forget which one, where they come down to the light where where it meets at Mulholland and give each other the wave.
Very good. Can you get him to write more?
Hey, just got an Edgar nomination, I think.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Okay, so after the Black Echo, and again, if I'm anywhere in the ballpark, there was a 12,000 first printing?
Yeah.
Rough, more or less?
Yeah.
I'm sure there were, even now I can't guess what printing, but I'm sure it went into a second and third. I mean, that book did well.
Yeah, it really set me up. Yeah. I don't know how, I think it did 3 printings, something like that. And, you know, it's kind of artificial now because they didn't have ebooks then, so,
right.
I mean, that was it, 12,000, so.
And I read an interview that took place about a dozen years ago, and it said you spend all your time writing or promoting books. And I think, well, now you spend less time promoting,
Yeah.
I would think, yeah. But tell us what some of the early, remind people what book tours were like in those days, if you would, and maybe a little bit about the mystery-only bookstores.
Yeah, I mean, there was, I guess the halcyon moment of, for people like us who write crime fiction, there was like about 500 or 600 mystery-only bookstores spread across this country, and like Los Angeles had six different stores, pretty geographically separated. New York had probably 6 too, and it was and these are the safe havens you could go. People who like crime fiction are usually voracious readers. They're always looking for a new writer, and so. When you start out, if you went into a Borders or a Barnes & Noble, you might get 2 or 3 people, but if you went into a mystery bookstore, you were going to get 4 people. No, you'd get a lot more, and it was just, it's a daunting thing to be sent out on the road, and the publisher's paying a lot of money for this, and then if only 5 people show up, you're thinking like, they're not going to let me do this very long. So it was always good to do the mystery bookstores, and that's one of the sad things of our times, that the advent of ebooks and Amazon and so forth pretty much killed those stores. And I don't know, there's probably like less than 25 left. Easily.
And so the interesting thing is, some of you may not be aware, but bookstores like the Great Follett's that's here is New York Times reporting. And of the 4 mystery bookstores in New York, one of them, Otto Penzler's Mysterious Bookshop, is New York Times reporting, and Barbara Peters in Scottsdale, New York Times reporting, and Murder by the Book in Houston, New York Times reporting. So it was critical that you would go to these places and they would promote like crazy and have lemonade and cookies, maybe if you were there. And one night, I had, well into my career, I had the 4-person turnout, and the 5th person was somebody I had prosecuted. Not kidding, somebody. And my husband bought books for everybody, including the guy who had served his time. But so now the TV shows, in a sense, do a lot of promoting for you. I mean, if you get hooked, as everybody does on your shows, that's...
Yeah, I mean, that's a big thing, and in many ways, the audience for TV is bigger than the audience for books, but I just kind of view the television shows as lengthy commercials for my books, and
good one.
Apologize to Titus if he's here, but anyway, yeah, so that's been that kind of takes the place of a lot of promotional work.
Excellent. So your first 4 books were Bosch, and then you wrote a book called The Poet, which has, to many of us who write, the best opening, powerful opening of almost any modern crime fiction. Death is my beat. I make my living from it. And then it goes on. I mean, a really strong opening. It's in paperback. I commend it to you. And that was a different character altogether. That was Jack McAvoy, a reporter.
Yeah, and I had just reached the point where I quit my day job, and I had I forget what it was, but I had like a 3 or 4 book contract, so I knew. I mean, I wasn't a bestseller or anything, but I knew I could sustain myself. I think it was for 3 years, so it was like a 3-year swing at either making it as a full-time novelist or going back, you know, with my tail between my legs and getting a job in a newspaper. And it was a pretty exciting time, but I kind of wanted to write about what I'd experienced for the 14 years before that, so I wrote about a crime writer, a newspaper crime writer, and that was Jack.
With a heavy influence to and homage to Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is a good book. And then you moved on in about 2005 away from both those characters and created Mickey Haller, the Lincoln lawyer.
Yeah.
I think you are a baseball fan.
Yeah.
Tell us how you came upon the idea of the Lincoln lawyer.
I was at opening day of a Dodgers season. I think it was 2000, and it was like a 1:00 game on a Tuesday. So you saw a lot of guys in white shirts and ties that were, you know, had left work early or were playing hooky or something. And I was sitting next to one guy who was wearing a tie, and it was like a weird thing to wear to a baseball game. But so I said, "Where are you playing hooky from?" And he said he was a criminal defense attorney, and we got to talk because I had, you know, I was long out of being a newspaper reporter, but I had covered courts, and and there was 40 courthouses in LA County, so I was just trying to figure out where he would have worked and would we know anybody in common. And when I said, "Where's your office?" he goes, "I work out of my car." And you know, I went like, I kind of moved away from him, and he goes like, "No, I'm actually pretty successful, and this is the way to do it in this county because there's 400 miles of freeway and 40 courthouses, and I can do cases in any of them." And I still probably wasn't convinced, and he goes like, "I actually live in Malibu, and my neighbor is Matthew McConaughey." And,
oh, lucky break there.
And being LA, he didn't know his neighbor. He just knew he lived there. But about 10 years later, they met at the premiere of the movie. So that's a total LA story.
It is an LA story. It is a very LA story, and a good one. And the most recent published book, The Proving Ground, which is out now, that's a Mickey Haller.
Yes.
And you have pivoted. You have taken in him, criminal defense attorney, in an entirely different direction.
A different direction, but I guess within the law, yeah, he's now a public interest lawyer, and you know I've been very lucky that I can write about these characters over and over again, and one way of sustaining them or keeping them going is to have these pivots. I love that word, pivot. And so the last time we saw him in a book called Resurrection Walk, it ends with him saying, "I'm kind of through with this. I got to find a new direction in my life." And so now we see him, and he's he's in civil court basically, and doing what he calls public interest cases.
And so that's a learning curve for you too, because I don't know what you knew about civil law before, but I would have a hard time pivoting and writing about
I had
civil
to
law.
find a whole new set of lawyers to help me. So, but it was inspired by a true story, and that I read about in a newspaper, and then I got a copy through a lawyer consultant that I use. Got a copy of the lawsuit, and the lawsuit was like 190 pages, and so it was almost a book in itself, and so that helped me a lot to use the real pleadings, and it was an AI case, a real tragedy about a kid who committed suicide at the behest of his chatbot, and so the lawsuit, most of the pages were reprints of the conversations this 14-year-old kid had with his robot. And that was very helpful as well.
Helpful when you're writing as many books a year as you write. We'll get to that in a minute. And then we have Renee Ballard. And if you haven't seen Renee Ballard in The Late Show, tune in. I love her. I think she is just a great character. She was an accidental meeting, if I'm right, that you were interviewing a...
Well, sort of like I just said how Bosch came from all these directions. Ballard comes from one person and very much based on this detective named Mitzi Roberts who she just retired in April from the LAPD, but she had run the cold case unit and was a longtime homicide investigator. And the accident was that one of the detectives I've been using for decades to help me, one day, you know, we would meet for breakfast a lot. One day he said, I'm bringing my new partner, and it was Mitzi Roberts. So that was the accidental meeting that kind of by happenstance came into my life. And I knew her for a few years before I said, she was quite young when she became a homicide detective. I think she was 29. And it was like, that doesn't usually happen at the LAPD. So how did that happen? And she said, it's kind of like the guy at the baseball game saying, you know, I work out of my car. She said, I volunteered for the job no one wants, which is the midnight detective in Hollywood. And that was like, just like in that baseball stadium, I immediately realized that's a story. And she's a character.
And she's been back how many times?
4 or 5 times,
yeah.
I mean, you know, Harry's in a lot of those books, and they all get mixed together.
Okay. And then we had, to make my job harder, last summer a new series introduced, based all taking place on Catalina Island. So a new venue for her, where I assume you've spent time. And second one coming out.
Yes.
Okay, titled? Or
Ironwood.
You said at the beginning. Okay, so what took you there? And it's a small island with, obviously, as you read in the book, big time crime, lots of opportunity for crime.
Not in real life. They're not happy about that. No, it was. I wrote a short story. I found out, I can't remember how, but I found out that this island is under the jurisdiction of the LA County Sheriff's Department, and they have one detective to handle everything out there. And I knew from Ballard that that's great when you have someone who's not, you know, only doing murder cases, that when you can put a variety of things into a book. And so I heard about that, and I wrote a short story about it, and then a couple of years later I said, well, that was a mistake. I could have written a whole book instead of a short story. And then a few years after that, I just decided to write a whole book anyway. And so that was Nightshade, came out last year. And I just really like, it's really got me energized for some reason, this how it's like an open, a blank canvas, and I can do a lot with it. But the reality is there hasn't been a murder on Catalina since 1991, and now I've committed about 5. And so the Chamber of Commerce, I'm not their favorite guy. So.
Welcome to Catalina. So one of the things you do in that book won't mean a lot to everybody, but one of my favorite books of all times is Rebecca, the Daphne du Maurier book. And one of the brilliant things she does in that book is her character, the second Mrs. De Winter, we never learn her first name. So Rebecca is the first wife who died under mysterious circumstances. And you go through this whole book or the whole movie and you don't know the narrator's name. She is Mrs. De Winter. So there's this detective, your lead detective named Stillwell, who doesn't have a first name.
Not yet, but yeah. No, he, I mean, you know Stillwell. I mean, this guy named Steve Stillwell ran one of the better mystery stores, and I think it's still there. He's retired, but was very supportive of me in the early days, and is still a good friend of mine. And I just love that name, Stillwell. And so I used that, and I've been debating whether his first name is Steve or not. And there's a hint in the new book, but I'm not going to give it away here.
Okay. Can I give away a hint from, I just reread The Late Show. I've been trying to reread, and I have all your books from Otto, from Barbara. I have all these signed firsts, which I love, piles of them. And in The Late Show, when Ballard calls Professor Higgins' lab near the very end, who's lifting fingerprints off a dime, Ballard is looking for someone named Stillwell. And there is a first name used in that book. So,
Forgot about that.
okay, well. As a prosecutor, had to go back and try and nail down every detail, but it just not meant to be upsetting or critical, but I do read you closely because it's good to do. Let's go to the movies and television. I'm sure you had options or considerations before what has become Bosch, and I know folks, Titus Welliver is in the house. Don't turn around and look. I don't know if he came to this session, but they're talking later. And he sort of has inhabited Bosch for many of us who worry when you're selling a book to the movies, what are they going to do? What if I don't have control, and I want to hear if you did, over who's cast as the character? So I'm sure you had offers before, but how did this Bosch come to be, and what role have you played in it?
Yeah, I mean, I optioned Bosch almost right off the bat in the early 90s to Paramount, but, as new writers often do, I made a bad deal where they could control it in failure for over a decade. So I had to wait a long time to get the rights back, and it just coincidentally and luckily it was at the dawn of the streaming age. And the streamers are interested in character more so than network. They're interested in serialized storytelling, and Amazon was one of the companies there, and it's also one of the huge booksellers, and so they I guess they just had to punch a few buttons to realize that Bosch has never been made, and we sell a lot of those books. So they came calling, and I was well down the road and pretty successful, so I was able to call a lot of shots. Like, in other words, I'm not going to give you this character I've been working on for almost 25 years. I'm coming with them, and I'm going to have a say in things, and so I did. I did not have. I mean, one thing they did sign a contract on was that they would shoot every shot in Los Angeles, and they lived to regret that. But I think it's one of the key things that made the show successful. And they would not sign off on that I got to pick Harry Bosch. But at the meeting, I only gave one name in any of the casting meetings, and it was Titus Welliver, because I had seen him in a show called Touch, where he was on a 2-episode guest star of a guy. I'm sorry, was that me? A guy who was a veteran who had PTSD, and it was never said you have PTSD. You could just tell he had something behind his eyes, and that's what I thought we needed. And I was coached by the showrunner, a professional TV writer, who said, "Your books are very interior, and the hardest thing we're going to do is try to find Bosch." And because we don't want a guy who says I have PTSD. We want a guy who can show he's had some issues. I'll stop moving. And so it was like I said, very intimidated because I'm not a TV guy. I said, what do we think about Titus Welliver? And then I thought they'd go oh, he's a jerk. We can't forget it. They said, oh, we love him, but he's making a movie in China, so we can't get him. Because we were given, I think we were given 45 days to find Bosch, which is not a lot of time. So we went down the road and did auditions, talked to a lot of people, and then we got word that he was coming back from the movie for a weekend, I think for one of his kids' birthdays or something. And we said, like, well, your kids, the relationship with the kids is important, but we need to see him. And like he came in all jet lagged, did a scene, and we thanked him, and he walked out, and everybody.
I take you don't write the scripts for that.
I've written them. I've slacked off on it. At the beginning, I was writing a lot, and then in the last few years, actually, Titus and I wrote some scripts together, and that was the last I've done.
Okay. And do you have script approval when? Nope. Okay.
No, but you learn to trust people. You know, you build a team. The team changes a little bit in the writing room, and you know, once I felt I could trust everybody, they weren't trying to, you know, improve on Harry Bosch. That they were going to stick with the character in the books. I don't really feel like I have to be there. The last one I wrote is I came in there to write the script that introduced Renee Ballard.
Uh-huh. And a little bit about process. Are you working? Do you generally work on more than one book at a time?
No.
Straight through on one?
Yeah, I'm just one project at a time type person.
And if something comes up that speaks Renee Ballard, but you're writing Harry, do you have folder or ideas?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I should. I always think that if an idea is good enough, I won't forget it, but I've forgotten some pretty good ideas.
Just call me and tell me the idea. And do you, you're a pretty movable guy around the country. Are you a laptop writer or a desktop or?
Yeah, laptop. It's the work ethic that comes with a newspaper. You got to write every day, and sometimes you're in a hotel room, sometimes you're on a plane, whatever. Planes, trains, and automobiles. I can write pretty much anywhere. I can, you know, I put in earphones so it looks like I'm listening to music, and people won't bother me, and I write. Yeah, write every day. And
that discipline you have had since your first career. I mean, early in the first career.
Yep.
Which is.
Yeah, very lucky about that.
Very lucky.
Really gave me a work ethic. Yeah, because like I said, the newspapers were fat and happy when I was working for them, and so they had multiple editions a day. I had multiple deadlines a day. I would sometimes have to rewrite a story that I had no new information, but I had to rewrite it and act like there's something new. So that was the creative part of that job.
And the great Harry Bosch credo, everybody counts or nobody counts, that comes from what you put together from the people you studied, or?
Yeah, it actually came from one detective who, it's kind of a long story, and he didn't say everybody counts or nobody counts, but he explained to me, you know, one of the things I try to delve into is the internal cost of this, doing this kind of work, and I often, when I'm not as on target as this, but I basically say, how did you save yourself? You see bad stuff every day. You go into darkness every day. How do you stop the darkness from getting inside of you? And he told a story about a case he had and someone who held the hand of a dying gag member, and he just couldn't believe someone would do that. And then they said, nobody should die alone. And from that, he extrapolated everybody counts or nobody counts. And that's where that came from.
And it's a wonderful, wonderful epithet that captures the characters you believe in and presents so realistically to us.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I hope that's what people think about when they think about Harry Bosch.
It's all good. Well, we would love you to come back to Rancho Mirage, and probably 10 books from now or 2 years. And we thank you so much.
But the number 2 is the one, yeah, the one you're physically wearing.
Yes, 2 on my person.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it right next to my cell phone.
Of course, yeah. Check 1, 2. This is lav mic number 1 with a brand new element on it. Hey, hey, check 1, 2.
This is lav number 2, check, hey, hey. Well, I guess I'll talk softer. And that way, you know what you have to contend with. It sounds weird back
Hey,
there.
can you mute the stream?
Yeah, John, can you make sure we're not streaming this audio? over here. Technically, the microphones should be over here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes.
Heidi, ladies and gentlemen, quick announcement. The 2 p.m. program in Steinbeck in this room is changing. Corinne Jean-Pierre didn't make her plane. The new program is called Longevity and Curiosity. Why are we curious? How do we cultivate it? It's a conversation between Daniel Levitin and R. David Zippel. So that's at 2 o'clock. Enjoy the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Edward O'Keefe with Douglas Brinkley.
Hey guys, I hope you had a good lunch break. And we have to assume you guys are Theodore Roosevelt fans or you'd not be here right now. And you could not be with a more interesting person. We're going to be talking with Ed O'Keefe. And not only about his book, but he's the leader, progenitor, executive director of the new Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library that's opening this July 4th in Medora, North Dakota, which is the gateway to Theodore Roosevelt National Park and the Badlands of North Dakota. And it's an extraordinary building, et cetera. So we'll talk about that in addition to your writing. Tell us about how you got engaged with Theodore Roosevelt.
Sure. Well, hello, everyone. I thought the most dangerous place to be was between a book festival attendee and lunch, but I think it's maybe after lunch here. We'll all settle in. I feel like we should have a campfire around us. Great to be with you all. So my life was spent mostly in media for 20 years. I worked for ABC News and for CNN. The most recognizable program that I worked on at the tail end of my media career was Parts Unknown with Anthony Bourdain. And after Tony's sad passing, that show ended. And I found myself at Harvard University in the Shorenstein program, ostensibly there to look at what Apple, Netflix, Hulu, Amazon might or might not do similar to what we were doing with Tony's show, which now they do in spades, nonfiction programming. You might have seen Death by Lightning, the adaptation of Candace Millard's fabulous book about James Garfield, right? In 2019, they weren't doing as much of this, and so that's what brought me there. But while I was steeped in the 21st century and streaming, I was sneaking away to the Houghton Library where a big part of Theodore Roosevelt's collection, his artifacts, are kept, and doing research for what became the loves of Theodore Roosevelt, the women who created a president. And as I was doing that research, Doug, I mean, the amazing thing to me is every single letter, every single circumstance, every single major decision that TR made, he was consulting a woman in his life. And that's just not the story that I had heard. I grew up in Grand Forks, North Dakota, and when you grow up in North Dakota, you have a slight deficit of state heroes. You know, we have Roger Maris, that's a good one. Lawrence Welk, and a 1 and a 2 and a 3. So, you know, Theodore Roosevelt kind of took the pole position, and I went to Red River High School. Actually, my wife went with me on the book tour, and we returned to my high school. We've been married 20 years, and when we walked into Red River High School in Grand Forks, North Dakota, home of the Rough Riders, and there's quote after quote of TR and picture, and she was like, oh, okay, I understand why this happened now. So I guess maybe I was born into it being in North Dakota, but that time at Harvard, you know, you live your life moving forward. It only makes sense looking backward. And I never would have in a million years thought I'd be the CEO of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library Foundation, but it's been a tremendous joy these past 6 years.
And when you mentioned Red River of Minnesota, when Theodore Roosevelt got his first real trip out west, he went to Carroll County, Iowa, which is westernmost Iowa, to grouse hunt, but then made his way reading Francis Parkman's great The Oregon Trail and then made his way up to the Red River country of, in Minnesota, Moorhead, and had a kind of an epiphany really in the West, right in the area you grew up.
Exactly, and TR marks that moment very specifically. He came first to exactly where you're talking about in 1880. He was essentially on his bachelor party. He and his brother went hunting out in the West. They went through Chicago down into Iowa. They came up into what would be the Red River Valley and south of Fargo, North Dakota today. And he spent the night in a hut under a buffalo rug. And he describes the whirling wind of the plains and how cold it was and how invigorated it made him feel. And he had this curiosity about this mysterious place. And 3 years later, he'd returned to hunt a bison. He was a naturalist and a scientist, and his hunting was directly related to his need to understand species and variation within the species. So he came back out when his wife was pregnant in September of 1883. Medora, North Dakota was as far as the train would go.
Anybody been to Medora here at all? You have?
There we
wow.
Go. There we go.
Go. It's really a beautiful little gateway town, a gorgeous landscape. But
exactly, and he described it as a grotesque beauty. The Badlands are 65 million years of geologic history unfolding like a textbook. It's concave. You've got the mountains here in the desert. Imagine that pushed into the earth, and the striations of color and the brilliant sunrises and sunsets and the wild animals. At that time, the bison were diminishing, of course, but it was, I think, where it enabled Theodore Roosevelt to live the life that he had only imagined or read about in books. And finally, he was the central character, the cowboy of his own adventure.
Okay, now let's go back and look at and we want to talk about women in Theodore Roosevelt. So let's begin with his birth, New York City, 1858. That all tells us the Civil War is coming upon us. And his mother is from the Bullock family of Georgia, Confederates. And his father, the Roosevelts, are New York Knickerbockers, Union. One likes Jefferson Davis, one likes Abe Lincoln, and in the middle of the Civil War, he's a kid. What was Theodore Roosevelt's childhood early like, and tell us about Theodore Roosevelt's mother.
So the very first words in The Loves of Theodore Roosevelt are, from the beginning, the survival of Theodore Roosevelt was very much in doubt. It was common, of course, in those days to lose a child in childhood, and that is absolutely what his mother thought would happen, that he would not live past 4 or 5 years old. And the doctors basically confirmed that. When you hear the stories of Theodore Roosevelt having asthma as a child, it doesn't really capture just how sickly he was. I mean, he would retch and cough to the point where his mother would have to massage his chest to get the blood to come out. His father would smoke cigars and blow the smoke into his face as a cure for asthma, which only aggravated the problem. If you go to the boyhood home at 28 East 20th Street, which is now a part of the National Park System today, these big, heavy rugs and curtains, and you can imagine the smog and the dust and the coal and everything that would have just really aggravated his asthma. And then he goes outdoors. Right, when he's able to go out of the city, when he's able to get fresh air, when he's able to go on a hike, I mean, as a child, he's living his life through his imagination and books, and his mother is the one who protects him. His mother, Mitty, is a vivacious, very engaging, lively storyteller. She comes from the South, as Doug mentioned. She brings her mother and her sister up before the Civil War. So Theodore Roosevelt is really growing up in a house full of women. I mean, his father is away during the Civil War. Mitty forbids his father from fighting in the Civil War because her 2 brothers are fighting for the Confederacy. And by the way, so dastardly are their deeds for the Confederacy that they are disallowed the general amnesty that's later granted anyone that fought for the South. One ran the blockade, brought supplies from London down into the South because they didn't have access to some of the materials, particularly what you needed for munitions and weapons, and was very successful at it. And the other was thought to have financed Lincoln's assassination. So when we say she's a Southerner, I mean, you can't get much more devoted. But from Mitty, Theodore learns two really important things. He learns to physically and emotionally will himself through pain. When his father dies, Mitty says to the children, you need to live for the living and not for the dead. You will dishonor the memory of your father if you do not live a life of purpose. And she teaches him empathy and storytelling, which is really one of the greatest characteristics he has because he's able to connect to people who are not like him.
And it's very dramatic what he's telling us, right? I mean, being in New York City and your mother's family that deep in the Confederacy, yet Theodore Roosevelt early on identifies very strongly with the Union, with Grant, and particularly Abraham Lincoln. In fact, Lincoln, even though we've had executive orders since George Washington, and you're seeing executive order mania right now going on, but some people call Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation like the big executive order #1, and TR is all in on Lincoln. How does that happen? And in this mix, 1858 born, Charles Darwin in 59 writes On the Origins of Species. And Theodore Roosevelt's father's the progenitor of the New York Museum of Natural History. And TR will write all about Darwin in childhood scrawl, as Darwin and Lincoln are now his heroes. So that's kind of his dad's world. How is that played?
Well, his dad, his father takes on this outsized importance in most biographies. If you read Edmund Morris's Pulitzer Prize winning The Rise of Theodore Roosevelt, or you read David McCullough's extraordinary Mornings on Horseback, which, by the way, they were researching at exactly the same time. So it's incredible to think that they came out just a few years separated. But they didn't have access to some of the materials we now have access to. 24 love letters between Theodore Roosevelt and his first wife, Alice, 11 letters that were locked in a safe in Sagamore Hill at the Park Service and since 1954. I mean, Harvard called the discovery of those letters perhaps the greatest discovery since Theodore Roosevelt's death in 1919. I mean, so Thee is the hero of the story in a lot of those books. Rightfully, he's the founder, as you said, of the American Museum of Natural History. Theodore Roosevelt, at 9 years old, watches his father sign the charter to AM&H in his own parlor. He founds the first orthopedic hospital in the country. He is one of the founders of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. He is involved in the orphanages, the Newsboys orphanages. So he learns from his father these incredible values of civic duty and giving back. But what really did it is, his mother had coddled him, protected him, tried to shield him from the world because she didn't want him to die. And around 12 or 13, Thee, his father, comes to him and says, Theodore, you have the mind, but you do not have the body. If you do not make your body, your mind cannot go as far as it possibly can. He's a believer, Thee is, in what's known as muscular Christianity. This is the time when depictions of Jesus are becoming bigger, beefier, bold, it's sound mind, sound body. And so, like most 12 or 13-year-old boys, he rejects his mother for a period and embraces this strenuous life philosophy. But then Thee, his father, dies unexpectedly when TR is 20 years old. He's away at college, at Harvard. He doesn't make it home in time to say goodbye to his father. And I think that loss really defined this belief in a strenuous life and needing to build your body as well as your mind. And so, Mitty holds the family together after Thee's death. Mitty is the one who holds the family together through the Civil War. Mitty is an indomitable character, but it's hard to compete with Thee when he leaves his son so early in his existence and thus takes on this outsized importance.
Yeah, and you mentioned, some of you might believe it, some people debate this because not scientific per se,
but I think Theodore Roosevelt thought that nature is a curative, because when he'd leave New York City and go to the Catskills and then the Adirondacks, he would feel better with respiratory system. And this is an unregulated smokestack culture. This is New York City with horses dying in the street and ugly sanitary things. And TR's father was part of the humane movement you can't let a horse shoot a horse or in animal cruelty. And so there is an empathy to his fathers too. And they took him everywhere traveling.
Yes.
Where places did Theodore Roosevelt go when he was young?
All over the world. And just on that one point, Doug, I love this phrase. At the time, if a woman felt melancholy or any sort of lethargy, they would send her to bed. It was the rest cure. If a man felt that, they'd say, you need to go west. It was the west cure, right? Go find your purpose and go out into nature. And this is really epitomized in the life of Theodore Roosevelt. But as a child, they have these extraordinary adventures. They go on a grand tour of Europe and visit almost every single European country. They go to Egypt and down the Nile, 2 major voyages. Now, again, those are sort of billed as, in other biographies, as Thee wanting to bring his children out into the world. But what was also happening, that is true, 2 things can be true at the same time. His mother wanted to see her brothers, who were excommunicated from the U.S. They were living in Liverpool in England. And so has anybody ever gone on a family vacation because that's where mom wants to go? Well, she wanted to go to see her brothers. And so he has these experiences in Europe, and he has an encounter with the Pope. He takes German, he's with a family in Germany and begins to learn some German. His languages are pretty notoriously bad as a president, but he speaks a little French and German and Spanish and Italian. And, it's a kind of extraordinary childhood where he's exposed to the whole wide world.
And at Harvard, where you can look at pictures of him, and he's starting to bodybuild a little bit, hiking, going to Maine, reading all sorts of people in the Darwin vein, Emerson and Thoreau, many others. But he writes a little booklet there called The Summer Birds of the Adirondacks, gets published as an undergraduate on birds.
Really common activity for a
It'll
freshman
make your
in
college student
right.
kid feel bad or grandkid.
By the way, and he does
did
it
a book as an undergraduate.
Right. He does it with Henry Davis Minot, a character that I got completely obsessed with during the writing of the book, because he and TR exchange all these notes about how can we be manly. How is it that we can show our manliness? And Henry Davis Minot has a breakdown in college. He leaves Harvard, and he excoriates Theodore for not living up to the example of his father when Theodore is out carousing and drinking and partying and chasing after Alice Hathaway Lee as madly as he did. And so there's this really fascinating, I find that Theodore Roosevelt had these mirrors in his life. He had people that he wanted to be like and people that he did not wish to be like. And Henry Davis Minot was one of those people that he loved, but also knew he needed to be different from. And it was his best friend in college is rather effeminate. He's not as kind of big and bold. And so there's always these fascinating dynamics with TR. So who are the influences in his life that are around him, changing him, molding him, shaping him?
One of them is, I'm going to be amazed if we get a hand, but does anybody know the name of John Burroughs, a writer? Not that there's only 2 or 3 hands. He was a big deal, Burroughs, in the late on. He'd call him John.
John.
Uncle, and that's unusual. It was he was best-selling writer after best-selling writer, Burroughs. Who is John Burroughs for people that don't know? And some people know when Theodore Roosevelt will come with John Muir to Yosemite, but he would also go to Burroughs to Yellowstone and go camp with Burroughs in Virginia as president. And Who is this figure, John
Well,
Burroughs?
John Burroughs is one of the leading naturalists of the time. He is, as you said, a prolific and best-selling writer. He's one of the academics who's introducing the idea of conservation as a public policy. Conservation, I can't believe I'm saying this to Doug Brinkley, he should be telling you this, but conservation sort of begins as an academic exercise and idea. And what's fascinating about Theodore Roosevelt, he has this experience out west. He obviously sees nature as his tonic and restorative, and he embraces it. I mean, when Theodore Roosevelt as president introduces his first conservation policy, the Speaker of the House says there will not be one dime for scenery. There was no other side to the argument. I mean, the conservation was not a concept in the political spectrum. TR is the one who really is the first political leader to grab it and say, we are going to set aside some of these lands. We're going to create the U.S. forest system. We're going to have national forests and protected species. And it's a very new and bold concept.
It is. And I want to then talk about Alice, who you've mentioned. You've mentioned him chasing after her, but who is Alice?
Alice Hathaway Lee is the most beautiful, most eligible bachelorette in all of Boston. And here is Theodore Roosevelt, not the TR you know, not the Teddy you know from Mount Rushmore. In college, he is a geeky naturalist. He has specimens in various stages of decay in his apartment. He is uncouth and uncool, according to his classmates. And so TR, is going to go after the most eligible bachelorette in Boston. It's absurd. And Alice, she's athletic. She's got a great personality. Her personality is she's known to walk in a room and light it up. She's known as sunshine. And her family is a progressive family, the Lees, the Saltonstalls, and the Cabots. And she introduces TR to these ideas of social and civic reform. And her family introduces him to ideas that he hadn't really, his father has died. So this is an extension of the ideas he was exploring with his father. So influential is Alice in his life that when Theodore Roosevelt writes his senior thesis, he writes about the practicality of equality between men and women. In 1880, he writes that women should have the right to vote. Women should be doctors, lawyers, and judges. Women should own property and not necessarily take their husband's name upon marriage. Not exactly what you'd expect from TR.
He was beyond the suffragist even.
Yeah.
His view on women's equality, which is a side of Theodore Roosevelt that people don't get, because he's also promoting a kind of masculinity.
Rugged individualism. Right.
But the argument of some recent, particularly women scholars looking, is that TR would never have cheated on a wife, never would have done he was constantly trying to be the husband, father, something like out of Owen Wister, Virginian, or this sort of, and so there's a rethinking of him. And Jane Addams, the great socialist who won the Nobel Prize, is tending him when he's shot. Mm-hmm. So tell me about why the thesis on women in
so a lot of books have argued that Alice was inconsequential. I argue in The Loves of Theodore Roosevelt exactly the opposite. They're together for 6 years, but it's an incredibly formative 6 years. And it really not only defines TR's approach to suffrage and women, but when Alice dies, that's when the spark of social reform the ember doesn't glow quite as hot for TR. Think about this. After Alice's death in 1884, Theodore Roosevelt will not hold an elected office for 15 years. He only lived to 60 years old. So 1/4 of his life, he is not in elected office, and that's the time that Alice is not there. His second wife, Edith, really could have taken or left politics. When the presidency came to an end, she said, I am so glad it is all over. But these two women played very, very different roles in his life. Alice she could keep up with him. She was athletic. She was progressive. Edith is pragmatic, has better judgment than him. I mean, he says routinely, whenever I go against Edith's judgment, I regret it. A sentiment many husbands and wives can probably relate to. But I think he meant it really literally because, she was the person she read 4 or 5 newspapers a day every morning and would exchange notes with him. She had an office right next to his in the White House because she designed it that way. She was in the room where it happened because she designed it that way. Incredible kind of contrast with, and by the way, TR not only wrote that 1880 thesis about women, he is the first major party candidate to endorse suffrage in the 1912 campaign. He is the first candidate to have a woman speak at his national convention and second his nomination. He's the first candidate to allow women to work in official positions on a campaign. This is something that he doesn't do as much as I think the suffragists would have hoped when he was president to push those policies forward. But as he is ex-president and he runs again in 1912, he really pushes the boundaries forward.
And he tell us about that dramatic date when Alice dies and the famous X in the diary when he loses both his mother and his wife on the same day.
So he's Theodore Roosevelt. They announced their engagement on February 14th, 1880, and he's a bit superstitious, a bit of a numerologist. He's convinced that their first child is going to be born on the 4th anniversary of their engagement. So he returns to Albany on February 11th, 1884, and he resumes his work. He gets, as a New York State Assemblyman, he gets a telegram that says the baby has been born, a daughter, and that Alice is only fairly well. But it's too late for him to return to New York, so he finishes up his committee work and makes plans to return to New York the next day. He gets a second telegram that says, the contents of which have been lost to history, but we know his reaction from his fellow assemblymen. He goes ashen white, drops the telegram, and races from the New York State Assembly to the train station in Albany. He takes what would have normally been a 2 to 2.5 hour train trip, took 5.5 hours because this thick, dense fog has descended over New York City. So bad is the weather that the New York Times called it suicidal weather. And he can't get a hansom cab when he arrives in New York. He has to make his way through the fog to 6 West 57th Street, where his brother Elliot says, there is a curse on this house. Alice is dying, and Mother is dying too. He races up to the 3rd floor. He holds Alice in his arms until 2:30 in the morning when he's called down to the 2nd floor where his mother, Mittie, is on her deathbed. The family gathered around, and she dies of typhoid fever. He goes back up to the 3rd floor, and he holds Alice in his arms for 11 straight hours until she too dies at 1:30 in the afternoon of Bright's disease, a kidney disorder that was exacerbated by the childbirth. He writes in his diary, as Doug said, an X, the light has gone out of my life. And he doesn't stand for re-election at the New York State Assembly. He makes plans to put the baby in the care of his older sister, Bammy.
The baby
heads
lived.
out. The baby lived, and actually first born in 1884, last to die in 1980. She lived to 96 years old. And that's when he goes to Dakota.
Just 1 minute on who she grew up to be, the baby who survived.
Well, Alice Roosevelt Longworth, this gives you some sense of the personality of her mother. She became known as Washington's Other Monument. She lived, as I said, 96 years. She knew every president from her father all the way through to Gerald Ford. And she talked and consulted with many of them. She had a pillow in her home in Washington that said, if you have nothing nice to say about anyone, come sit by me. When she was in the White House, Theodore famously said, I can either control Alice or I can run the country, but I cannot possibly do both. And when Alice heard this, she gave as good as she got. She said, oh, that's what my father said. Well, that's interesting because he loves to be the bride at every wedding, the corpse at every funeral, and the baby at every baptism. I mean, so they just exchanged back and forth. She had a snake as a pet known as Emily Spinach. And when they asked, well, why is it called Emily Spinach? She said, well, there's 2 things I don't like, my Aunt Emily and spinach. That's Alice.
And just while we're on it, not just with the snake, but Theodore Roosevelt, Edwin O. Wilson, great naturalist at Harvard who died, and he used to say, there's some people that are biophilic, that need to live with creatures, dogs, cats, deer in the backyard, or plants, or that, and others that take it or leave it. TR was an extreme biophilic guy. How many pets in a random time? Let's pick a White House time. How many pets?
Josiah the badger, Algonquin the pony. They had skunks. They had rabbits. They had dogs. Their favorite dog was Jack. And so when Jack died, they decided they couldn't possibly have any other names for their dogs ever. So everyone, if they were a good dog, was a Jack dog. And by the way, they buried Jack at the White House and then so dearly missed him, they exhumed Jack and brought him to Sagamore Hill. They had snakes, they had guinea pigs, they had parrots, they had macaws. I mean, it was a veritable zoo in the White House.
And he was a Dr. Doolittle-like figure, to put it mildly. He collected, they had them all around them. It's not like just putting them aside.
No.
They were living in his orbit. Any stories about Josiah the badger? Yeah, really a pet badger which you can raise because they're a colonial animal, and if they know the children, they will not hurt you if you're part of their circle. Smell everything badgers, but if you're an intruder, they are badgers.
Which Theodore and the kids used to their advantage, right? So if the kids wanted to cause trouble, they'd bring Josiah the badger in when the president was having meetings, and of course, this rabid badger would look menacingly at the guests who were coming in and run askew. I mean, the kids were always doing some mischief. We have a great place in the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library called the White House Gang, because that's who they were. They spit spitballs at guests. They told stories about the paintings in the White House and claimed that the ghost of William Henry Harrison was haunting them. He would have daily wrestling matches with his kids at 4 p.m. On the presidential calendar. And all these stories, we know about all these stories because of his younger sister, Connie. She sort of played the role of press secretary before that role existed. She knew that if the public fell in love with the family, fell in love with this rambunctious Roosevelt White House, that he'd have more policy success.
As much as I like to talk about Alice more, but so there's the morning, and tell us about his sister, who basically, his brother, Elliot, you can use the word suicide or not, but he had alcohol, drug issues, threw himself out a window, his brother, Theodore Roosevelt, depression.
The father of Eleanor Roosevelt.
Father of Eleanor Roosevelt, and then died from jumping out the window. It took a little bit, but not to dwell on that. Point is depression, serious. Tell us how the role of Theodore Roosevelt's sister played after the dual burial on Wall Street of the mother, his mom and wife. How did she help him with the westward philosophy?
So his older sister, Bammy, was only about 3.5 years older, but she always acted like a substitute mother. When I was doing the research I talked about at the beginning at Harvard, what was amazing is he'd sit down on a Sunday and write 3 letters home. He'd write a letter to his mother, Mitty, that was always sort of infantilizing and, oh, motherling, I hope you're taking care of yourself. Didn't really have any substantive content. Then he'd write Bammy, and it would be, I'm working like a Trojan, I'm getting straight A's, and I'm doing this, and I'm doing that. And it was almost like she was the mom. And by the way, then he'd write his younger sister, Connie, and tell her the truth about what he was actually doing, which was having a good time, partying, going sledding, and chasing after Alice Lee. Eleanor Roosevelt put it best. If you wanted advice, you went to Bammy, his older sister. If you wanted sympathy, you went to Connie, his younger sister. And that's how they operated throughout their life. Bammy was the fixer. She was the one who got things done. She saw the political chessboard. She made the introductions and arrangements. She knew that her brother would never be happy unless he was involved in public life. And so she's the one that takes care of the baby for the better part of 3 years. I mean, she sells the Roosevelt family home at 6 West 57th Street. She oversees the construction of what will become Sagamore Hill. She cares for Alice, the baby, for 3 years while he's out west in Dakota. I mean, without Bammy, there is no Theodore Roosevelt. I mean, without his older sister, he can't go live the strenuous life of a cowboy and recover in nature. She's the key to almost every single major decision that he ever makes in his political life, especially.
And that going to North Dakota where the presidential library is opening and how epic that journey. But he would go and write about the Little Missouri River and write about the bighorns and write really distinguished articles on the natural world. And he'd use hunting as his connector point, but he could write about the natural world as well as anybody.
Well, I think he actually wanted to be a
scientist.
scientist and a naturalist. I mean, but until Alice Hathaway Lee was traveling in first class, and a scientist's salary didn't buy a first class ticket. The science world at that point was moving inside the laboratory instead of being out in nature, so he didn't particularly like that. But I think it's also why he went on the African expedition after the presidency. That's why he went down the River of Doubt. I mean, I was talking to a descendant for research for the book, and she said, "Oh, please, I'll summarize this for you. When the going gets tough for a Roosevelt, the Roosevelts go hunting." And
disappear hunting, not
right?
just,
Disappear, right?
Into the wilderness.
Right. Well, when I started doing the research, I thought that after the death of Alice and Mitty, he might have a death wish. That he goes out to North Dakota and he doesn't really care if he lives or dies. What I discovered is he has a life wish. He's lost his father, his mother, and his sister. He's learned that no matter how wealthy you are, no matter how privileged you are, no matter where you come from, how much you try to protect yourself, unexpected things are going to happen. Tragedy will come to you in life, and you need to live. You need to live for the moment. You need to put one step in front of the other. He famously said, I don't have much care for the man who thinks 200 steps from now. I care for the man who takes the next step. And that was his philosophy. You need to keep going. And what I discovered in the Loves of Theodore Roosevelt is that the image I grew up with of TR as a child was this invincible, hyper-masculine adventurer who did it all on his own. And he had help, right? If we are lucky in life, we have a wife, a mother, a husband, a friend, a mentor, somebody who picks us up and pushes us forward when those inevitable, fateful events of our life get us down. And Theodore Roosevelt was no different. And I think that makes him more universal, more relatable in a way than the chiseled man on Mount Rushmore.
Where does he meet Edith, his second wife? Tell us about her and their romance. Their marriage.
Yeah, they knew each other from the time that she was 3 years old. So he amazingly meets I call Edith his first love and his second wife. And they are homeschooled together in New York City. They have this incredible, passionate romance. In the book, I talk about the poems that she writes about and for Theodore. They're very romantic. And then they have this inexplicable fight on August 22nd, 1878. They are dating, and everyone expects them to get engaged. She turns 17. She's eligible to be wed. They never speak of what happened for the rest of their lives except once each. Theodore will say that we had, and I suppose have, tempers far from being the best. And Edith will say, much, much later in life, that Theodore proposed and she rejected him. We need the Netflix adaptation of The Loves of Theodore Roosevelt to really dig into what actually happened. But they knew each other, and then after Alice dies, Bammy gets them back together again. She sets the fateful meeting in motion because she knows he can't live a life out in the Badlands. As much as this nature and tonic has done him good, he needs to return to live a life of purpose in politics. In fact, Bammy writes Edith a letter after their engagement is revealed and says, "I have never seen Theodore engaged in more useful activity than in politics." Basically, hey, I'm so happy for you. You're going to be my sister-in-law, but you're going to need to share him with the world.
And I'm not trying to boost North Dakota tourism per se, but what he did accomplish out in the Badlands he would go, all the people there, farmers, ranchers, hardscrabble people, he'd pitch in.
Yeah.
He never acted like an aristocrat. Just the opposite. He'd want to prove his good Samaritanism, his That's an unusual sort of person that would do that.
Well, and
We didn't have to.
he was very wealthy. He was from high society. He had no reason to be out in the Badlands. And I think it allowed him to live the life he had imagined as a rancher and a cowboy. And he learned the value of hard work. I mean, he said, I never would have been president except for my experiences in North Dakota. It wasn't just a political statement. When later he wrote a letter to Albert Fall, a senator at the time, he had asked him, of all the experiences in your life, if you could just keep one, which one would it be? And he said, I would keep the experiences as a rancher in North Dakota. That's after the Rough Riders. That's after, the Amazon. That's after the presidency. That's after the progressive run in 1912. That's after all the experiences of Theodore Roosevelt's life. He says, I would keep that one. It didn't just allow him the space to recover from depression and loss. Nature literally saved his life.
I agree with that. And there was a woman named Kay Jameson, I believe, at a psychiatrist at Johns Hopkins. And you can't diagnose people that are dead in a modern psychiatry. However, he was an archetype of a kind of manic depression, which it's been called exuberance.
Yes.
And it's blockage, like all forward, one step forward. You don't go and hearken on the back. Now, therapists will tell you to open up the windows of your past, or but this is like just straight forward. So when I was looking at TR, every time it's always like, "What a great day! Isn't it great here at Rancho Mirage?" And you start thinking that is political. Mm-hmm. Well, there's an element, but it's also the personality, the way he went to not have that pain of mourning.
Black hair rarely sits behind a rider whose pace is fast enough. I mean, he's saying...
You say that one more time. It's a TR saying. Just say that again.
Black hair rarely sits behind a rider whose pace is fast enough. In other words, if I keep going, that depression will never catch me. Even though he had it. I mean, his daughter, Alice, is the only one that ever said it. And by the way, Edith is the diametric opposite of him, right? She's introspective and quiet and reserved and has that way where she can smooth his tempestuous nature, and she's a much shrewder judge of character. I mean, the yin and yang of that relationship is really interesting because she's the one that he can rely on because he wants to like everybody. He wants everybody to like him, and he wants to just ignore the painful parts of life, stuff them down. Edith, by the way, just very quickly, she writes a chapter in her son's book called Odyssey of a Grandmother. She lives for 30 years after TR's death, and she says of her grandchildren, I love to see their little faces, but I prefer to see their backs.
Oh, yeah.
That gives you some sense of Edith.
Well, we have run out of time, except I have 20 seconds to tell you, go visit Theodore Roosevelt National Park in North Dakota, because South Dakota with Mount Rushmore, and people go there for a Crazy Horse Monument, and it's crowded in the summers. A little bit north, it's so beautiful with the air coming down from Canada and the bison and the prairie dog villages and the rock formations. And the National Park Service is a great service up there, and you're contributing to the legacy up there in North Dakota this summer. And thank you, Ed. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin.
Please welcome Daniel Leviton and David Zippel.
Thank you. I'm sorry to disappoint you that I'm not the scheduled speaker.
We're going to talk about a book that I haven't read that he hasn't finished writing yet. But it's...
What are you kidding? I haven't started writing it yet. I don't even know what it's about yet.
But it's a really interesting topic. So when they asked me about an hour ago to do this, I thought, hell yeah, I want to answer questions. I'm very curious, which is the subject. You want to talk a little bit about our topic here in your book?
I would, yeah. Because we have a bit of time together, I won't give you the long version. I won't give you the long version of the story.
I think it's working now.
But I'll give you the complete version of the story. I had dropped out of college after my sophomore year to become a musician, and
who hasn't?
Right. You did something like that. And after auditioning for bands and not getting anywhere, I realized I needed to practice some more, and I decided to take a year off and just work just enough to support myself and play all the time. And I decided to move to Oregon to do that because it was cheaper to live there, and it was easy to get, a job at a restaurant. I was a pancake maker at Sambo's, the pancake restaurant, and I only needed to work 2 days a week because they fed me, and I could, stuff my pockets full of rolls and nuts and things.
And pancakes.
Yeah, pancakes. And apples, and then the rest of the time I'm practicing. And when I was looking for a place to rent, there was this professor from the University of Oregon named Lou Goldberg, who was going away on sabbatical for a year to Istanbul, and he was renting out his place at a very low rate. And that's how we met, 1980. And having met him, I got interested in what he did for a living. And he's considered the father of modern personality psychology. And what we mean by that is, of the thousands of ways that we humans differ from one another, how would you describe those differences? And we have physical differences, tall, short, you walk straight, you walk stooped over, you're fat, you're skinny, you're medium, you have brown eyes, green eyes. But he was more interested in psychological differences or emotional or mental differences. So things like, are you generous or are you stingy? Are you outgoing or are you introverted? Are you generally agreeable or argumentative? And he came up with what I thought was one of the most brilliant ideas in modern, not just modern psychology, but modern social science, which is that within a culture, like the United States, or within a language anyway, and languages are often a proxy for culture, because different cultures tend to speak different languages. So if you're an English speaker, those traits that are the most important to want to talk about are the ones that end up becoming named, and they become words in the language. It's called the lexical hypothesis because...
Apparently I'm the one that's causing this.
Now we don't hear him at all. For example, the Native Americans didn't have a word for somebody hearing voices in their head. Like we might call them a schizophrenic. Or 100 years ago, we might say that they were mentally unstable. Native Americans didn't have a word for that because everybody heard voices in their heads. It was not something you needed to use to distinguish people from one another. Not every language has the word spiritual. Not every language has the word lascivious. These are specific to particular languages and cultures. And Lou's idea was, if you take a given culture and you study all these things, you can learn about what individual differences are important. And sorry, you ask a professor a simple question and you get a long answer.
Good, because we have 39 minutes left.
If any of you find this boring, just say, get on with it. So Lou says, he goes to the Webster's Unabridged Dictionary, and there are about 5,000 terms in the English language to describe individual differences. And then he figures he can start testing people. He can ask them on a scale of 1 to 10, how well does this describe you? And then he got 5 of their friends on a scale of 1 to 10, how well does it describe that person? And you would get a kind of a picture of a person. And then of those 5,000 terms, you can apply rather sophisticated statistical techniques to reduce the set to clusters. And one of the clusters that comes up a lot is conscientiousness, which includes things like stick-to-itiveness, dependability, reliability, forethought, planning. These, being planful would be the adjective. These are the clusters that cohere. And when you do this kind of cluster analysis, there's really only 5 or 6 big buckets in which all of us can be fit. It doesn't mean there's only 5 or 6 kinds of people. And I say that because there's a whole cottage industry of pseudoscientists who are trying to sell software programs or subscriptions or tests where they say, well, you're a red person, or you're a green person, or you're an axis 1 and an axis 2. It doesn't work that way. What they mean is that if we're talking about conscientiousness, it's a cluster of traits, and some people have more of those, but within it, they don't have all of the same numbers on all of the same one, varying between not having it all and having it a lot. And when I read through his work, and then in 2020, in 2016, when I was writing my book, Successful Aging, which came out in 2020, I started wondering if some of these personality traits could be correlated with things like longevity and life satisfaction and health span. I had just learned about this trait, this metric called health span, which is different than lifespan. And I don't know why it had never occurred to me before, but lifespan is the number of years you get on the planet. And for most people, you start out your life pretty healthy, and then at some point you get old and you get sick and you die from some sickness. And so your health span is the healthy part of that, and your lifespan is the whole thing. And this idea of what predicts health span as opposed to lifespan, what makes people live longer and happier, curiosity kept coming up as the single largest predictor in studies of tens of thousands of people across all cultures. And so, what is curiosity? Like conscientiousness, it's not one thing. It's openness, open-mindedness, openness to new experience, inquisitiveness, being interested.
You're describing our audience for the festival.
Yeah. If you are here, not just in this talk, but at this festival, you are curious people. And curious people tend to have more friends. Why? Because they're the people that are asking you questions instead of just telling you everything they know. They're interested, not necessarily interesting, but we find them interesting because they're so interested.
Well, talk a little bit about your book about longevity and then how it led you to this.
Well, so the book on longevity, which I signed a few copies of here, it identified 5 things that all of us can do. And the key here is when we look at nature versus nurture, if you took a genetics class or a behavioral science class 20 years ago, you would have been told that most things are 50% nature, 50% nurture. Genetics kind of, are half of what influences whether you're going to get cancer or whether you're going to have friends or whether you're going to be healthy. And it turns out that was wrong. We've got more sophisticated genetic techniques now Genetics is about 7% of it for most things. A lot of wiggle room for behavioral change. As we heard this morning from Admiral McRaven, the kind of training that you get as a Navy SEAL, I don't know that you're born with that. And he gave a very vivid description of people who wanted to quit, but it was only the solid. So there are these powerful societal and cultural forces that can really overpower genetics. And genetics is nothing more than a predisposition. It's not a prescription, it's not a description. It's not a death sentence or anything at all like that, except in rare cases where you're born with a heart defect, 1 out of 20,000 cases like that. So in looking at what it would take to age successfully, I came up with 5 different things that were predictors, all of which we can cultivate. One was conscientiousness, another was curiosity, another was having a wide network of associations. People with more friends do better in every aspect of life. Another was to have healthy practices, good sleep hygiene, not overeating. And then another one was curiosity, conscientiousness, not memory, associations, healthy practices, and there was another that I'm not remembering. But yeah, that was the idea.
So can someone who is...
Openness, which is slightly different from curiosity. Openness to new experiences, embracing new experiences at any age. And the reality is that with every decade after 40, your brain was sort of genetically pre-configured to explore the world less. There's this burst of explosive activity starting around age 12 to 13, and it manifests through the teen years, and that's because your brain is producing crazy high amounts of the exploratory neurochemical dopamine. And the reason for that is that most kids, historically speaking, in terms of human evolution, most kids left home at age 13. And so they had to explore the environment. They had to find new sources of food, new sources of water, forge new alliances. But we have the vestiges of that still. Teenagers tend to be very exploratory, often to their own detriment. And we now know that the frontal lobes, which are governing impulse control, aren't fully formed until the age of 30. And so my colleague Robert Sapolsky has been advocating that courts should take that into account for even violent crimes for 20-year-olds, because he says they don't have the brain capacity. You would treat differently somebody who had a mental disorder than somebody who didn't. Insanity is a defense here. He thinks in some fashion we should treat 20-year-olds differently than 30-year-olds in terms of accountability for impulsive acts.
So when we were talking, is this thing working?
No, it's not.
Earlier about curiosity, and you were talking about as you delved into the subject, you were looking at reasons why it was bad and reasons why it was good. So talk a little bit about that, because I thought that was really interesting.
So because this is a writers' conference, I'm happy to tell you a little secret. I admire the way Malcolm Gladwell writes. I think he's probably one of the best English language essayists we've had, along with Adam Gopnik. Those are my personal favorites. And they have very different writing styles. And what appealed to me about Gladwell is his typical New Yorker article is, look at this phenomenon here. Isn't that interesting the way this is? And he builds it up and you go, yeah, it had to be that way. And then he does what I call the Gladwellian pivot, which is, but maybe it isn't that way at all. Maybe it's this. And then you explore, so he's got you invested in it because he's led you to believe something and now he's telling you why it's not true. So I begin the book that isn't published yet with about...
I haven't read.
A bunch of stories about how curiosity got people into great trouble. There's this thing called the Darwin Awards, which are given, and some of you may know them, for behavior that was so foolish that it caused the person to die before they had the chance to reproduce. And the whole point is that if you're stupid enough that you end up killing yourself, you don't want to pass on that trait to the next generation. So it's actually a very Darwinian thing, which is why they're called the Darwin Awards. And so example after example exists if you go to the Darwin Awards website. My favorites are the German engineer who in 1993 was hiking near his home and found an unexploded hand grenade from World War II. And as an engineer, he was curious how it worked. And he had a little shop at home. He built cabinets and he did some metal work. And he took a very fine bladed circular saw and he just rotated on his lathe the grenade to split it at the seam to see what was inside. Curiosity, right? I'm an engineer. How does this thing work? Well, it exploded in his face. It killed him. My favorite part of the story, although I have to say, I don't feel bad for people who do these idiotic things. I feel bad for their loved ones, but I mean, that was just stupid. But the coroner report said that when he arrived at the hospital, there was very little brain material left, exploded in his face. And then the coroner adds, but we aren't sure how much brain material was there before. Then there was the case of a 22-year-old Arkansas man who was in the Army, enlisted in the Army, and he was curious to know what it felt like to be shot, how bad it would hurt. And so he shot himself in the leg with his service revolver, and it hurt, and then he wondered if a second shot would hurt as much. Or if maybe his pain, he had read about how when you get shot, the endorphins rush in and the opioids rush in. And so the first shot didn't feel as bad as he thought it should, and he wondered if the second shot would feel less bad. He ended up shooting himself 3 times and dying of blood loss. So Darwin Award winner for 1999. So...
And tell them about the car.
Somebody, with apologies to the Admiral, this always happens in Texas. Some guys in Texas had a Camaro or something like that, and they wanted to see what would happen if they put jet engines on it. And so they strapped some jet engines to the side of the car, and they got up to about 120 miles an hour, then 150, and then it lifted up off the ground. And they were probably elated, we don't know. But it seems as though they hadn't thought ahead.
Long.
Yeah, they hadn't thought ahead that once the wheels are off the ground, you can't steer it. And so they plowed right into a mesa. So curiosity seems like a bad thing, right? But what if, here's the big what if unbridled curiosity in the long run, across evolutionary timescales, across 7 billion people alive at the same time, what if these stories amuse us and terrify us, maybe because they're quite rare, and the good that comes from curiosity might actually outweigh the bad in a statistical sense. And if you'll indulge me...
Here, we have 25 minutes.
There's a young doctor in England in the 1880s named Ignaz Semmelweis. And he's not yet a doctor, actually. He's a resident. He's just gotten his medical degree, but he's got to work in the hospital. And this particular hospital, and this story will be familiar to many of you, probably the lady who's leaving, and I've heard this 100 times. There were 2 maternity wards at this hospital, and for some reason, maternity ward 2 had a death rate from puerperal fever, crib death of a kind, that was 10 times the rate of the other ward. And so people just sort of took it for granted that this is not the one you wanted to go to if you were having a kid. You wanted to get put in the other ward, and so the other ward got filled up, and women were having birth in the streets rather than get sent to the second ward because they didn't want to have to face those odds. And this was...
How were their odds in the streets?
Actually the same as in the good ward. Yeah, yeah. So Semmelweis was, what's the C word? He was curious. What is going on here? And so he devised an experiment. He went and he looked and he thought, well, maybe the first ward has all the doctors and the second has the midwives and the nurses. No, equal number of doctors in both and equal training and specialties, gynecology, OB-GYNs, obstetrics doctors in each side. Well, that's not it. Then he noticed that the critical injury ward was adjacent to the ward, maternity ward 2, and priests used to walk down the halls through the maternity ward onto the way to the critical injury ward 1 with their incense burners and their solemn faces to read last rites to the people who were about dying, and they passed through the maternity ward, and Semmelweis thought, oh, well, maybe they're literally scaring these mothers to death. And so he just had the priests take a different route, and it didn't change anything. So he's baffled by this. This is none of his business, by the way. He's not an obstetrics doctor. This is not what he does. He's there for something else. But he was curious. He couldn't let it go. He was like a dog with a bone. One day, his supervisor, during anatomy training, they were cutting cadavers, and the supervisor accidentally sliced his own finger with the dissection scalpel and died 3 days later of what? Puerperal fever. So Semmelweis thought, maybe there's something in a cadaver that is infectious and that is causing this. But how does that explain the ward? Well, it turns out that for whatever reason, surgery, as well as a critical injury, was near ward 2, not near ward 1. And when there was a birth that was unanticipated, the surgeons would go right from the surgical room into ward 2. Nobody washed their hands back then. But Ignatz thought if there's something on their hands that when they're reaching in to help the baby out is causing the mother to die, we'll just have them wash their hands. This was the discovery of the germ theory of disease. And one of the games that people like me in the professorate play is, name the 5 most important innovations in the history of humankind. 5 most important discoveries. Obviously, the wheel, fire, but I would put the germ theory of disease up in that 5. I mean, people were dying for no reason.
Well, a lot of the great medical discoveries are discovering things like, I think minoxidil, the thing that bald people use to keep their hair growing. Obviously, I didn't.
Does it work?
It works, but they found it because it was by accident. They were trying to do something else, and suddenly everyone was growing hair where they didn't want to. So.
Yeah, well, that's right. And the birth control pill, they were looking for something else. Prozac, they were looking for something else. What it takes is a scientist who is not so narrow-minded and myopic that they ignore something they should be looking at. That's curiosity to me. That's Semmelweis saying, this is not my business, but why is this so? It's Alexander Fleming. Do any of you know that name? And you know the story, right? He was not very conscientious. He was a very messy biologist. And he didn't clean his lab or his instruments, and he went off on vacation for a month in August and left all his Petri dishes lying around. And there was some, mold spores in some of them. And when he gets back, he finds that some of the Petri dishes have dead bacteria in them, and some of them have live bacteria in them. And he, instead of just cleaning everything up and moving on, he wonders why it is. And eventually he discovered penicillin. And he tells the story. I didn't wake up that day and say, today I'm going to discover penicillin. I didn't know what that was. I was just kind of trying to figure out, with this mess I left behind, why did some of my bacteria die and some of it didn't?
And how long did he live?
He lived a long time.
You proved your theory.
Yeah.
Talk about the correlation between curiosity and longevity.
Well, so one of the problems we always have in this kind of work is that correlation does not equal causation. And for those of you that haven't heard this aphorism before, two things can vary together, and it doesn't necessarily mean that one caused the other. And I have another book that came out in 2016, the week that President Trump was elected for the first time, and it's called A Field Guide to Lies. And it's a beginner's manual that has thankfully been adopted in high schools and colleges all over. It's a fun read about all the ways that people will lie to you. And it talks about this concept of an illusory correlation, things that move together, but there's no causal effect. And one of the graphs I drew is I graphed all the films that Nicolas Cage made over his career, and there'd be peaks and valleys. And I superimposed a graph of drownings in swimming pools. And they match up almost perfectly. And so you might say, oh, well, you know, when he stopped making films, people were so depressed or bored that they drowned themselves in their swimming pools. It's just a frivolous hypothesis, but the reality is if you look for 1,000 different things that might correlate with the death by swimming pool, you're going to find something. And so we don't really know for certain if being curious is causal to longevity, but it's certainly causal to overall life satisfaction.
I was going to say happiness might be.
Yeah, and happiness is predictive and probably causal for longevity. Miserable people who have no reason to want to live tend not to live as long. And happy people who savor every moment, like my 91-year-old mother here, who gets out of bed raring to go because the day is full of new promise and new plays she can write, or musicals or paintings. She said, you've had a flurry of painting activity in the last 10 years. You've probably painted hundreds of canvases. Is that right? Hundreds of canvases, I think, in the last 10 years. And just sold one at a big price. So that kind of enthusiasm comes from being curious. What's the day going to bring? That does seem to be causal. Now, before we get too far into this, I want to say curiosity is not more than 7% genetic, and you can overcome that. The interesting thing is, it is a very human trait. Not uniquely human, perhaps. We've heard of curious cats.
My dogs, right?
Curious cats, right? And monkeys are curious. Curious George. But human curiosity was a necessity in our evolutionary history because we descended from apes that lived in the trees. And when we descended to the open savanna, we had to be curious about finding ways to escape predators. We had to find sources of food that were more distant, curious about finding the next fruit tree, the next fresh water supply, the next shelter, curious about figuring out, oh, well, don't go over that mountain because the tribe over there is very territorial and they killed Uncle Og, you know. So, you know, you've got to have all these things, and that curiosity has its own neurochemical mechanism, dopamine again. Your curiosity is rewarded by a little shot of dopamine, which makes you feel good, and dopamine makes you want to explore, and then you feel good again. It's a kind of nice virtuous cycle as long as your curiosity isn't dangerous. And so we are, all of us, descended from curious ancestors. Not one of you in this room is descended from an ancestor who was so incurious that they failed to reproduce. Everywhere in your history, all the way back, somebody went, oh, I'm curious about that person of the opposite sex. You know, what can we do together? And so the current developmental story is, as you know, all young babies start to babble. They haven't figured out how to parse speech or music yet, but they're listening and they're curious. They're innately curious about what it would take for their mouths, their larynx, their lips, their jaw, their tongue, their breath, to create these sounds that they hear. And so, you know, the babbling is boop, 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 da, 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 da. And they're hearing what they're doing, and the brain is comparing what came out of their mouth with what they thought they were going to do, and they eventually pick up the sounds of a language that way. And they do musical babbling also. And by the time they're 3 or 4, you know the endless why cycle of a typical 4-year-old. It goes something like this. It's bedtime now. And what does the 4-year-old say? Well, because you have to get up for school in the morning. Well, because I want you to get into a really good kindergarten. Well, because if you don't get into a good kindergarten, it's unlikely you'll get into a good college. Well, colleges are very selective, and I want you to go to a good college because you'll get a better job. Well, because unlike me, who smoked pot all the way through college and didn't pay attention to any of my classes, I have this menial job that I hate. I think it's time to go to bed now. But this endless why cycle, this can go on for hours. And I think that every kid has it. I've never heard a story about a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old who did not do this, especially if it's taken to the zoo.
Well,
I mean,
everything in the world is new to a 3-year-old.
Right. And so I think most kids have it beaten out of them by parents who are tired of answering the endless why questions, or teachers who are tired of it. And we're conditioned that this is not acceptable adult behavior. But most creative people, and I would include among this writers and actors and painters and musicians, songwriters certainly, dancers, comics, they have that childlike sense of curiosity. They ask why. I have a friend named Ismo. Have any of you heard of the comedian Ismo? He's from Finland, and he's become kind of an Instagram and YouTube star with millions of followers. He just taped his first Netflix special. And we became friends a few years ago, and we go out for lunch about once a month, and he tries new material out on me. And he's always thinking about how we use language. He's a clean comic, which is very rare, but it's a lot of language is kind of funny. Why do we take for granted certain things that we say? And I was walking with him somewhere, and I pointed out a writer friend who was near us. We were at a social gathering, and I pointed him from across the way, and I said, "Oh, that's a 4-star general there." And he said, "Oh, I didn't know that generals got Yelp ratings." And before I could even say, no, he said, "I wonder if the enemy can give them their Yelp ratings." Very, very bad. We all died. So he's constantly thinking, what is it about language? It's what makes him an effective comedian. And it's what all great comics have in common, whether it was Robin Williams or Jerry Seinfeld or Stephen Wright. You know, Stephen Wright's big thing is language. I went to a general store. They wouldn't sell me anything specific. You know, these observations that everybody has heard that expression, a general store, for hundreds of years. One person out of 7 billion stops and thinks, is there a way to make that funny? That's curiosity.
And I'm curious, so tell me a little bit more about curiosity as a becoming curious, how someone who is incurious by nature, or maybe not by nature according to your statistics, how you can encourage a friend who has kind of given up to rediscover curiosity?
That's a great question. So I think the best way is to have a friend who's also curious, and you can explore things together. They motivate you when your motivation flags, and vice versa. You could both decide. I decided some years ago, I have a friend, Jeff Kimball, from college, who was just starting to get interested in birding in his 30s. And I said, well, that seems like an old man, old lady kind of a sport. He said, well, no, I like wildlife. I want to get interested in birding. And so we got binoculars, and we went to Corpus Christi, Texas, to see some birds that were migrating there. And we took several trips. And as we were learning about the birds, I was better at the bird calls, because I'm a musician and I could identify them from the song. He was, because he became a filmmaker, better at the visual things, like, well, look, that bird's got white stripes on his tail. And I say, yeah, well, that one does too. No, but they're wider on this one, so it means it's a this. We fed off each other, and I don't think I would have been able to sustain an interest in ornithology if I didn't have a partner in crime, as it were. But I think the other thing is to give yourself permission. I think we're living in an over-caffeinated time where everybody feels that if they take just 5 minutes off from what's in front of them, they're going to be 10 minutes behind. And so we plow through, all results-oriented. But the great discoveries come from sitting back, taking a breath, a sense of wonder, and just allowing yourself to muse about things. And so give yourself permission to ask, why is it this way? How does this work? Why are there 24 time zones in the world? Does that tell you anything about how long it takes the world to spin around on its axis? Well, yes. They decided that each time zone would be an hour apart, and the circumference of the Earth is roughly 24,000 miles, and the Earth travels at about 1,000 miles an hour. I mean, it all makes sense if you ask about it. If you don't, you just go to Wikipedia, or worse, to ChatGPT, and you say how many time zones are, you get an answer, but none of the sense of discovery behind it. You're going to remember better things that you discovered on your own. And so the way you can use ChatGPT or Claude or Grok or Gemini or any of these wonderful tools is not to be your dictionary or your thesaurus, but to say, I want to learn about why this is. Walk me through the steps. Whatever it is, how does the internal combustion engine work? I was interested, actually, for this book. I spent a wonderful I spent 3 weeks on what became a single page in the book, just recently. I don't know if you remember, but there was this fad that teenagers had about 20 years ago called the Tide Pod Challenge. These little plastic liquid detergent pods, teenagers were eating them and filming themselves for social media to see how many they could eat. And hundreds of them died because it's toxic. But they saw other people doing it, and they said, well, I won't die. Darwin Award again. But I started getting interested. I remember a time when it was just powdered detergent, and then it was liquid, and I remember the Salvo tablets, which were more convenient than measuring out the powder. And then suddenly there were Tide Pods. I spent 3 weeks with ChatGPT learning how Tide Pods came about. And it was fascinating. It was Colgate-Palmolive or Lever Brothers, I don't recall. I have it in the book. Thank you, Procter & Gamble. P&G. What do you do?
I worked at P&G.
Oh, you did? So... McGill. Now we're talking. P&G Marketing said that, the competition is fierce. We need a new innovation. They went to the R&D department, and they said, we've already got these dishwasher packets. Why can't you do it for laundry detergent? And, there's a whole bunch of complicated reasons why laundry is different than dishwashers. Dishwashers can use purely hot water. Some people want to do laundry in cold water, and the hot water would dissolve the covering, and the cold water wouldn't. And you need different kind of agents when you're washing dishes than when you're washing clothes. And some of the agents weren't amenable to this. But there was a series of patents going back to 1963 that kind of worked this out. And it turned out that the big hurdle was they were able to get the right chemicals, and they were able to get them so that they would dissolve in cold water. But then as soon as you touched the packet, the heat of your fingers would make it dissolve. And in parallel, there was a company working on some application for the Air Force in the next town over, as I recall, who had worked on a plastic that it takes a certain prolonged exposure at a certain temperature for it to dissolve. And they just licensed this thing at P&G, and then they had Tide Pods. So that, I have to say, I do not regret those 3 weeks. I could have written 3 chapters in 3 weeks, but that was really a lot of fun. And I learned the people. I learned about, here's the other thing is, the guy who first invented the laundry detergent was a college dropout who had enlisted in the Army. He was from Louisiana. He was an infantryman. And when he got out of the Army gave him training in engineering, and he went to a kind of second-rate engineering school in Louisiana, but a practical one, and he got interested in materials science and engineering. And so and he was born in a black man in Louisiana in poverty, and he got this patent. He lifted himself up out of curiosity.
So do you think it's a causal relationship between garages and tech innovation?
Well, if you ask Walter Hewlett or David Packard or Steve Jobs or Steve Wozniak or Bill Gates, yeah, but I think it's more that you don't have enough money to get an office yet, and you don't even have enough of an idea to get an angel investor, and your garage is handy.
Tell me about how far along in this book are you? I started to ask that question before.
I think I'm half done, but I never know. The book, all my books take on a life of their own.
Do you do more than one book at the same time? Or?
I'm working on 2, actually, yet.
What's your other book about?
I'm not going to say.
Okay. What's the book that you find the most satisfaction out of having written?
That's a great question. The most difficult book to write was The Organized Mind. It nearly killed me. There was so much to learn, and I was committed to putting everything that I could into it. It's a book about productivity and creativity and using strategies to ease up the creative part of your mind. A simple strategy was, B.F. Skinner used to say, if the weather report came on the radio at night and it said it's going to rain tomorrow, he would take the umbrella out of the closet at that moment and hang it on the front door, so that now the environment is reminding him of what he needed to know. His brain is free to do other things. So it's a bunch of strategies like that, but it was very difficult to write. I got a great deal of help from George Shultz, Secretary of State, a very organized man, and from a number of other people, and General Stan McChrystal, who talked about the organization of the Army, the organization of big, complex organizations.
We have 43 seconds left, so I wondered if there's anything you wanted to wrap up our afternoon together with.
Oh, I would hammer on this idea that I think we as a society are better when all of us are creative, even in little ways, even ways that are invisible to one another. The Greeks used to say the quality of a society is measured largely by the proportion of people who engage in the arts on a daily basis. And whatever the creative arts are, I think all of us should engage in them on a daily basis.
I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you so much.
Not so bad.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Corinne Jean-Pierre with Elise Archer-Coite. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all cell phones. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Richard Osman with Jennifer Todd.
Hello, everyone. Oh, that's nice. Thank you so much. It's lovely to be back. This is Jen.
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. Richard obviously was here last year, as a lot of you know.
Yeah,
And he must
now
have
I'm
liked
back.
it because he agreed to come back again.
Yeah.
And I have some hot information that his next book might be set here.
There's a little, in the next We Solve Murders. Does my voice sound weird? I sound very echoey. And that's not my accent. Let's put that down a little bit.
Is it this room? Do I have it too?
Really? Is that better? A little bit better?
Okay.
Okay. A lot of it is the accent. I am English, which I know is a shock to some of you. Yeah, so I do 2 series of books. It's the Thursday Murder Club books. We're going to talk about The Impossible Fortune. Thank you. And that makes the hard work worthwhile. That tiny bit of applause there. It's like, there we go. Thank you. You're supposed to be American. Come on. And the other series of books I do is We Solve Murders. And in We Solve Murders, there we go. It's a father-in-law and daughter-in-law and a novelist who solve crimes. But they go around the world a little bit more. That's the kind of thing that's very international. So I always try and find interesting places to set it. So the first book, they go from St. Lucia to Ireland to Dubai. And in the next book, it starts in Lucca in Italy. And then someone's walking down the street in Palm Springs.
There you go.
Yeah. You better believe it. I'd love to tell you exactly what happens, but I have yet to finish writing it. So I don't quite know.
Well, and was that was it influenced by your time here last year?
Yes, because we came here and absolutely loved it. It's such a beautiful, the desert and, Rancho Mirage is so beautiful. And also, I sort of thought it really feels like a place where someone would be murdered. I thought that's great. And also, I like my characters to be quite quirky. And I thought, I think I can probably get away with a quirky character. All of this is off the record, so we don't tell anyone any of this. But it starts with, it's in August, and he's just walking down the street in a full suit, smoking a cigar. And so you're like, oh, okay, he refuses to be bullied by the sun, this character. That's his thing. And again, absolutely no spoilers, but possibly he doesn't last long.
Yeah.
That's what I'll say.
Not
but
if
yeah.
he stays out in the heat, I guess.
But genuinely, thank you we love coming to Palm Springs and coming here last year. Firstly, we wanted to come back immediately. And secondly, just the idea of setting a thing there as well. And funny enough, I was trying to think, how do I get the sense, well, always as a writer when you're setting a scene, you're thinking, how do I get the sense that this place is sort of, was an adjunct to Hollywood at one point. It had that sort of 50s, 60s Hollywood glamour. How do I get that across? And then I thought, well, this guy is crossing a road. I said, well, just make him cross, from Frank Sinatra Road to Bob Hope Road. That does the job for you. Where I was born, we don't have a Frank Sinatra Road.
Dinah Shore, there's a lot.
There's a lot here, right?
There's a lot of great history. Well, maybe, then you'll keep exploring it.
Exactly. Now, Jen, the reason she has come to talk to us today, she is the producer of the Thursday Murder Club movie.
Yeah.
So she did.
Thank you. It was such a delight, and I'm excited to talk about it with Richard. And obviously, we can talk about that and the whole series, and then obviously this exceptional book. This doesn't have to be the last one. I know it's the last one, but
this isn't the last one.
Okay.
Who told you this was the last
Well,
one?
I thought that you
I hope not. I hope it wasn't my publisher.
No, definitely not. But yes, I had the pleasure of producing the movie, and part of what we thought we could talk about today was getting to make it because it's so interesting. And Richard and I have talked a little bit about it, but there's so many details to kind of cover of, because obviously this, to back up a second, obviously this book series is enormously popular, not only here, but when I was in the UK, lucky enough making the movie, I never met anyone who hadn't read the book. Never. I have a kid who plays soccer, and I went up to Liverpool and Wrexham one weekend, and I'm sitting at Wrexham with some Welsh soccer moms. They said, what are you doing in London? I said, I'm making the movie at the Thursday Club, and they're like, Thursday Murder Club? I'm like, yep.
Yeah.
Read the book. I mean, I couldn't find a cab driver, no one who hadn't read the book. It is so popular there, besides the millions of copies it sold, it's so popular, it's sold in the supermarket. So you're getting your groceries, you can buy a copy of it. So it was so fun, but also such a challenge. I'm so interested because obviously I'm American, and I got
you're
I
American.
got the rights.
Oh, okay.
I got the rights to the book because I had a producing deal at Amblin, and I was lucky enough, which is Steven Spielberg's company, and I was lucky enough in 2019 that I got to read the book in galleys, and they helped procure the rights. And in truth, one of the executives had gotten to meet with Richard, I think somewhat earlier in the process, and there were a lot of people chasing the rights to the book, but it hadn't come out yet. This is 2019. The book came out in September of 2020.
Yeah, and as Jen says, so galleys is essentially like pre the book coming out. It gets sent out just in a sort of manuscript form to lots of TV and film companies. You sort of just, hit and hope, because no one had read it yet, but you always send it out. And people came back and said they wanted to buy the book, and various sort of British companies as well, and people I knew as well, because I come from a TV background, so I was thinking, I'm going to have to upset a couple of people here, because a couple of people I knew wanted to make it, and I'm thinking, how do I say to them, I'm going with one or not the other? And then the call came in saying, Steven Spielberg wants to make it. And I'm like, there we go. Nobody's going to mind. Nobody's going to mind at all. So Spielberg is Amblin, right?
Right. And I was lucky enough to have a deal where I got to look for projects to produce for them. So that was in 2020, and then you had a couple different writers try to take the script on, and then Chris Columbus, we sent him a draft of the script. Chris Columbus directed Home Alone, Mrs. Doubtfire, the first two Harry Potter movies. He's a very well-known film director, and he read that draft and said, I want to make the movie, but I want to start over on a new script. So we did with the new writer. And
if you want to know anything about Hollywood, he had two things I'll tell you. The first script was done by a lovely British guy, and I had dinner with him, and he said, just so you know, I will be fired in 3 months' time. So you just need to know I'll be fired in 3 months' time. And I think it was 3 months and 2 days that he was fired. It's not he got paid.
This is why you write books, Richard, so you can't get fired.
Yeah, exactly. And then, as Jen says, a little while later, this idea of Chris Columbus doing the book. And Chris is, he wrote Goonies. He's like incredible and the nicest man in the whole world. And I get a call from Amblin, and they say, we're thinking of asking Chris Columbus to direct the movie. What do you think about that? So I was like, thank you. And myself and my wife Ingrid, we talked to various people, and we're thinking, oh my God, that would be amazing if Chris Columbus would do it. We'd love that. So I thought I'll get back in touch with Amblin tomorrow and say that it's okay by us. And in the meantime, Chris Columbus emails me, goes, so happy to be on the project. Really looking forward to working with you. I think, okay, I get that. But what a incredible man he was, and to get a movie made is incredibly difficult, and Jen will tell you that, and to have got it made at all is such you need an incredible producer to do it. But when you get a director like that coming on board, suddenly doors open that were closed.
Absolutely, and he had a long history. He has a long history with Steven because he wrote Gremlins. Gremlins, yes. And they go way back, and so that was obviously a big help at Amblin. And then we were able to take the movie to set it up at Netflix with Chris directing it. And what was interesting is we hadn't offered it to Helen Mirren, but we had kind of talked to her agent at one point and kind of floated the idea, and he said, she's read that book, and she said to me, there's a part in there for me. So
there really is a part in it for her.
There really is a part. Yeah. I was like, there's not a part for her, there's the part. So it was such a pleasure, and then honestly, the cast, it's a testament to the book, obviously, and also to Chris's reputation as a director, because everyone was really the first choice actors. And it's been interesting, obviously, in the movie, it's Pierce Brosnan, and Sir Ben Kingsley and Celia Imrie are the main four. And it's interesting because I was just watching an interview where you were talking about this book, which we'll get to, which you wrote after the movie.
Yes.
Was in production. And I was so interested to hear that you said that you still write them as characters, that you don't see the actors when you're writing, because they're so deep in you.
Yes, they're sort of part of my brain, aren't they? They have to be, because I write them. Right. And so when people say, did you see Helen Mirren as Elizabeth? And the truth is, I know what Elizabeth looks like in my head, and it isn't like any actor. So watching the film, it's more like watching a true crime reconstruction of these characters who I know very, very well. And, but everybody in Britain, I mean, I've said before, I used to walk down the street before the movie was made or cast, and people would shout Helen Mirren at me in the street because they were so desperate for Helen Mirren to be in this film. But, you know, it's incredible to see them take on those roles. But when I started writing it again, when I started writing this book, there was about 3 seconds where I was thinking of Sir Ben Kingsley as I was writing something about Ibrahim, and then I went, oh no, don't forget, that's not, you know who Ibrahim is. Right. There's an Easter egg in here actually, which is, there's a scene later on, and I quite like, whatever happens in a scene, you know, if there's a murder or a big clue or whatever it is, I like to start it somewhere else. I like to start, like the scene is about something completely different, and then there's a bit of information. And so I start this scene with Ron and Ibrahim having a chat with each other. They're just sitting there, something has happened, and so they're two men just kind of thinking about what's happened during the day. And I thought, what can they be talking about at the start of this scene? It's always fun with those two. What are they talking about? And I thought, I know what. I'll get them to talk about who their favourite James Bond is. And so Ron, and I say it's the only thing I thought I have to nod to the film. But yeah, Ron's favourite James Bond is very much Pierce Brosnan. He is. He's a very big fan. Ibrahim's favourite James Bond was Timothy Dalton.
Timothy Dalton.
Well, that's when you know your characters. You just think, who on earth in the world would say their favourite James Bond is Timothy Dalton? And I thought, I know someone.
I guess Ibrahim.
That'll be Ibrahim. Yeah.
Well, I was curious because we didn't really talk about it. I remember, obviously, we were talking quite a bit leading up to the movie, but to the production, and obviously we shot it in London. What do you think surprised you the most in the adaptation? I mean, in the making of it, like, was there anything that you were surprised at the process, or? Yeah,
a little bit. I mean, I've been around TV for a long time, but right. I think when something is that high budget, there's so many moving parts, and so many people have a stake in it. And it's interesting when you write a book, because I can deliver a manuscript, and if I don't want to change a single word, I don't have to. There's literally nobody can force me to change anything. Of course I do, because you send it to your publisher and agent, and they're smart people, and they say, I wasn't sure about this bit, and I don't know about the motivation of that character. So notes are incredibly useful, but you don't have to change anything. So you can have a very singular vision. And when you realize how a movie is made, and how every single extra $1 million on a budget or fewer $1 million on a budget mean you can't do this scene and you can do this scene, and you can't have this actor and you can have this actor, and you can't have as many shooting days, or you have to, you can have more shooting days. And every single thing impacts on the final product. And for you and for Chris and for everyone else who's used to working in the movie industry, that's just a normal way of working, is you have your ideal, perfect idea of what the script might be, and then you have to cut your cloth according to what comes in and what changes and what actors are available and all of those things. So there were so many moving parts. And I said very early on to Jen, I don't want to write it. I want, honestly, just let someone else get on with it. So I was able to sort of watch it as an observer. So many moving parts, and I thought so many times how difficult your job is, because it's like, you know the thing that you want to do, you know this precious jewel that you want to put out there, and like every day there's like waves hitting you from here and waves hitting you from here. And the job of a producer really is to keep this as precious as possible. Is that about right? People always say, what does a film producer do?
It is. Oh, I know. Well, it's a funny job. It's like, I always say, you're sort of the first one in and the last one out of a movie. And I also think it changes movie to movie because they need different things, and you're kind of the general manager, for lack of a better term. But on this movie, what was so hard is because the book is so successful, but yet you have to change it to make a movie, right? And so every change you make, you're concerned about. You have to tell a story. Movie just doesn't have the runway that a book has. Yeah. And so you're cutting all these things that you would love to do that you can't, and you're hoping that you're not offending the readers. It was interesting, I think. I can't remember the statistic, whether it was 15% of the people who watched the movie read the book. I mean, it was a good amount. But it was, obviously you have a lot, so you have to deliver as a movie and also not disappoint people. And it was interesting, the one bit of feedback we got, for those of you that have seen the book and the movie, read the book and the movie, is They were upset that we put Bogdan in jail.
Yeah, yeah.
At the end of the movie, and our plan is to get him right out at the top of the next one. Just so you know, he is literally first scene of the next movie. He will be out of jail, but we just weren't thinking of that because I think in our mind, he's really not that guilty. It was self-defense. Like, it was never a plan for him to go away.
That's
also, I realized, Fiona, am I saying it wrong? Is it Bogdan?
Bogdan, yeah.
Yeah, so I always say Bogdan.
I think that's okay. You're American.
I think it's an American.
That's honestly, that is the least of your language crimes.
Well, that which is a great segue, because I would really like to talk about what we did wrong in your British American. Like, I would love to talk about some of the things that you think that we didn't.
Oh, well, that's
what did
interesting.
we do right or wrong? Because again, the director, cinematographer, and producer were American, but everyone else was British.
Was British, exactly. What did you do wrong? I mean, you did an awful lot less wrong than one would have any right to expect, if that makes sense. Given,
okay. All right, but give it to me.
Yeah. Given there's 400 things you have to do on a movie, and so you're going to, statistically you should get 200 things wrong. You're way under that. You didn't get anything wrong at all. So the interesting thing is, as you say, when you write a book, so the big advantage of writing a book is I can be inside the characters' heads. So I can write a diary as Joyce, and I can talk about what just happened, and she can be thinking, and you can't have any of that in a movie. Maybe you can do a bit of VO, but that's sort of cheating, isn't it? So, I have absolute freedom, and cutting it down to 2 hours is very, very tough. I would say that, because of course it has to be, it's quite an American version of what Britain is, but it has to be because it's for an American audience. Right. That would be my view. But every single thing you look at, you think, well, that looks beautiful. I mean, it doesn't look like England.
But it was
I was genuinely, I was in the cinema just roughly when it came out, and a trailer came on, and this building comes on the trailer. I thought, oh, it's the Thursday Murder Club trailer, and it was Downton Abbey. And I was like, oh, okay. I sort of get that. But, genuinely, I mean, I couldn't put my finger on anything. I knew what the process was right from the beginning, which is I've done my version of the story, which is the book, and it's 350 pages, and it's 90,000 words, and I'm inside all the characters. And so that's my version, absolutely done. And right from the very beginning, I knew it was in incredibly safe hands with Jen and with Amblin, and then later on with Chris as well. I just thought I want to see how it's done. I would just want to see what that process is. If I'd been making it, I would have made it differently, and it would have been worse. So it was interesting just to see. It's just a different process, and I feel it's not a process that I would have been particularly good at, because I've tried that sort of thing before, and I find writing a novel easier than writing a screenplay or making a film and having to deal with all of those people, I would say. I mean, yes, the Bogdan thing, that's what, I only had about 3 notes for Chris Columbus, and that was one of them.
Yeah.
I was like, are we absolutely, definitely going to send Bogdan to prison? It feels like he's a hero of all the other books, and everyone's in love with him. But so yeah, I imagine the first scene of the next, I haven't seen the script for the next one. I imagine it's Elizabeth dangling down on a ladder from a helicopter into an open prison, and then just sort of scooping Bogdan up in her arms.
He's right. He'll be right back in, I promise. Right?
Yeah, and then when the budget comes in, it'll be actually, could she be on a motorbike,
right,
not in a helicopter?
She's actually just picking him up at the gate.
Yeah, exactly. But no, it was fascinating to be seeing the decisions you had to make and seeing what had to be done, and it just gives me, writing the new one, writing The Impossible Fortune, I was thinking I'm so lucky that I can make anything happen. Yeah. I can go anywhere, like with We Solve Murders. I can set that in Palm Springs because it doesn't cost anything to set it in Palm Springs. When it comes to the TV version of that, whether it's set in Palm Springs, I don't know, or whether it's on a set in London that looks like Palm Springs. I don't know where that would be, because I think Palm Springs might be the least London-looking place I've ever been in my life. But I have such absolute freedom, and that's not a freedom you have when you're making films. I found it fascinating. I try not to go down to the sets too often, because literally nobody wants the writer, to be honest. That's like everyone's nightmare.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is.
The first day he came to set, we had to take we were doing a photo shoot. And I watched Helen Mirren take out her book. By the way, it was smaller than this version. But she took out her book and went right up to you and started asking you about,
Yeah, she did.
lines of dialogue. And Celia did the same thing, and she was upset about some of the script dialogue and wanted to put back to the book. They were all very excited.
I was like, don't talk to me, Celia. You want to talk to Chris. No,
you were incredibly popular that first day. And I remember you and I went to tour the other sets. And it was so sweet. I saw one of the, an older gentleman who was a painter on the set. He got so excited when he saw you. I saw him scurry off, and he came back with his copy of the book.
Aww.
And it was so fun.
I had to sign a copy of the book for Pierce Brosnan, and he's so handsome, isn't he? He's like unbelievable, isn't he?
He's so nice.
Yeah, and lovely, and smells great. Anyway, I would say he's my favourite James Bond. I was so distracted by him, I spelt his name wrong when I signed his book.
So good.
Which I never do. It's like the word. It's like the cardinal sin. So I spelt his name wrong, and I knew I'd spelt his name wrong. But again, I was too shy to say, "Oh, I've spelt your name wrong." And so went back home, talked to my wife, and we're like, "What do we do about this?" So then I went to my local bookstore, bought another copy of my own book. Signed it again for Pierce with his name spelt correctly and said, "I'm sorry, so sorry, I spelt your name wrong. I was so distracted."
It's I-E and E-A, is that the confusion?
Yes, exactly, yeah. And I know that. I'm good with names. So it's like, yeah, he's distracting.
He is distracting, and I remember I would say, "Pierce, what are your plans this week?" And he'd go, "Ralph Lauren invited me to Wimbledon."
Yeah.
Like he was astonished.
Yeah.
It's like, of course they did. And then you saw him dressed to the nines in the royal box.
You go, of course, you're Pierce Brosnan, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Of course they did.
But he comes across like he doesn't really know that he's Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah, which is really...
It's really impressive, right?
It is. It's really delightful.
I loved all four of them. That cast you got together was unbelievable.
I know that there was some criticism of him because Ron is a little gruffer maybe in the book.
Well, I said yes. I mean, listen, he's the Ron of the book does not look like Pierce Brosnan, but I always said that the thing is, Pierce Brosnan is who Ron would choose to play. Pierce Brosnan is who would play himself, right? So I think, if Ron had been given the choice, he'd go, "I think either Clooney or Brosnan," and Clooney couldn't age up enough. So it was Brosnan.
Amazing. Well, in this book, it was such a delight to continue with the character. I read the book and I'm like, I want to make this movie. I was like, I want to have Ingrid's wedding.
I know. Yes.
Although it's obviously, because Richard's wife plays Joanna, Joyce's daughter in the movie. So that's why I referenced that. But I was reminded how great Joyce's voiceover is in the book, and how, and what and how sad it is that we can incorporate it to the movies, but obviously with good reason. But there's so much, the characters are still just as delightful as ever, and I think that I continue to fall just more and more in love with them with every book.
Well, just that's it's people have said it's the best Thursday Murder Club book, which is nice. I mean, it sort of should be, because you should get better at something as you go on. It's the fifth Thursday Murder Club book. There'll come a point where they get worse. At that, but just keep quiet if you think that at any point. If on book 9 you're like, I think maybe you've lost it now, then I don't need to hear that. But it is so lovely to be back in Joyce's head. It's like, again, that thing of writing, and there's no such thing as writer's block really with the Thursday Murder Club books, because if ever I suffer it, I write the word Joyce at the top of a page, and then I just listen to what Joyce has been up to. And she's so great in that her mind works a little bit like mine, in that it's absolutely all over the place. And she can be talking about what she watched on TV, she can be talking about something she saw in a local shop, then she can give away a clue to the murderer and no one notices, because you think, "Oh, Joyce, what are you talking about? You're just talking about a vacuum cleaner." You think, "No, she just told you who did it." And from a writing point of view, from a craft point of view, she's very good at summing up what just happened and leading us into what is about to happen as well. And I think, a lot of times in books, the difficulty of writing books sometimes is making sure your reader is centered, making sure your reader knows where they are at any given point, or if they don't know where they are, they know that there's a good reason they don't know where they are. And so Joyce is very, very, very good at giving the readers just some coordinates. So, they go, "Okay, I know this, oh, okay, this is going to happen next. But also, I've just been entertained by this woman talking about chocolate biscuits for 5 minutes.
She's so remarkable because there's so much humor. And she's, I mean, you're so in love with her at this stage. But also, your writing is so remarkable because I'm learning about cold storage, which I didn't really know what it was.
Yes.
But I'm also, you know, you're dealing with Elizabeth and her grief and her purpose in life. And you somehow do it with so much humor at the same time that it's just, you make it look easy, but it's not. You know, and it's so much charm. And that's why I think we're all still so in love with all these characters, which is why I'm glad this isn't the last book.
Oh, God, I mean, there's going to be loads more. Don't you worry about that. So cold storage, which Jen just talked about, which is in this book, always when people say, where do you get your ideas from? And ideas for me are not the most important thing. Character is always the most important thing. But there's something that catches your eye. And I was reading about this thing, cold storage. So 200 years ago, if we'd stolen some gold, we had one option, and that is to bury it in a hole in the ground. Okay, that's what people used to do when they'd stolen something, or that's where they keep their secrets. Then for many, many years, suddenly we had these vaults, and we had computers, and we had codes that were kind of uncrackable, and all this kind of stuff. So we go, all right, we keep all of our secrets on computers. That's what we do with everything we've got, and our money is just numbers on, you know, but it's all out there in the cloud. And then about 15 years ago, the smart criminals started realizing that anything that goes anywhere near a computer is hackable, it's discoverable. You know, the police can find it, other criminals can find it. So about 10, 15 years ago, they all started thinking, I'll tell you what I'm going to do with my money and my secrets. I'm going to bury them in a hole in the ground because harder to find them. And so there's this whole industry, which is cold storage, which is literally, we will keep things for you. They will not go anywhere near a computer. They will be in a place that is completely impregnable. And this cold storage idea came up. So I've got a guy who runs a cold storage facility, and obviously most people who use a cold storage facility. That's the thing, I never know what's going to happen in the book. So in this book, I had one thought, which is, as you say, Elizabeth is going through grief, so I need to get her out of the house. I need to just slightly get her back to where she needs to be, which is very hard to do. And I had the image of somebody, Elizabeth sitting on a bench, someone sitting next to her and saying, somebody is trying to kill me, can you help? And I thought, and that's all I had. I thought, great, let's find out who that guy is, why someone wants to kill him, and of course Elizabeth will want to help. And then I'd read about this cold storage. I thought, oh, I wonder if he works in cold storage, and if he does work in cold storage, I wonder who would want to kill him. All sorts of people, I'm guessing, would want to kill him. And then you're off to the races. And as you say, we start with Joanna's wedding in the book. And again, that was me thinking, well, if Joanna is getting married, I know I've got my first chapter, which is Joyce preparing a wedding, and that I want to write, and also Joyce and her daughter disagreeing about preparing for a wedding. That's going to be fun. I know I've got that. I know I've got Ibrahim at the wedding, sort of acting as a surrogate father for Joanna. I know I've got that. And then I know I've got, the next day, I know I've got Ron's hangover. So I think, great, I've got everything I need there. And those are the first 3 chapters of the book, funnily enough. And in the middle of it, Elizabeth is just outside by herself for a little bit, sort of thinking about her ex-husband. And the guy comes and sits next to her and says, someone's trying to kill me. And you think, great, well, there we go. I've no idea what's going to happen, but that feels like a good start to a book. If I'd read that as a start of a book, I would keep reading. And that's all I ever try and do.
And you don't outline, right?
No.
You just write.
Yeah, I usually know that at some point I've got a rug pull somewhere. I'll have an idea. I think, oh, why don't I send people in this direction, and then that will happen. But it's not always the most important thing in the plot, and it's certainly not, it doesn't tell you who the killer is. But I know I've got a fun moment somewhere later in the book, so I'm usually heading towards that. But no, I try and imagine what might happen in situations, as I say, with this guy who does cold storage. He's called Nick Silver, and I'm thinking, so does someone really want to kill him, or is he going to fake a disappearance, or is he trying to steal money from people? And he's got a business partner. I'll give him a business partner because there's always something there, isn't there? And then I'll make sure a couple of clients of his are part of the story. And I love having new characters come in. And so you start peopling the story with all of these different characters. And before you know it, you're halfway through writing a character and you think, oh, you're fun. And then you think, oh, are you a murderer? And then, as long as you're writing it in a way where you keep your options open, you can get to the end and absolutely change it at the last minute as well.
I was going to say, do you ever be like, no, I was going to make that.
100%.
Really?
Absolutely, because it is that thing of, so long as it fits in with how you've written the rest of the book, you can't suddenly go, oh, did I not say he's actually got an identical twin brother?
Right.
Like, you absolutely can't do that. But it's amazing how you can go back and just fix a couple of little things earlier on for everything to make sense. And then you do have that thing of when people say, oh, I worked out who did it by page 6. You go, well, I hadn't, so that's very, very impressive. At that point, I had no idea who did it. But I think that's more fun, and I think it's more interesting as a writer. And when people talk about plot, they say, oh, I'm writing and I've got to this plot point and I just can't get past it. And that is actually where your book comes alive. When you get to the bit that is an impossibility, that's where your book actually takes life, because you can think about how to get out of that problem for like 3 weeks. You can be like, every day you're like, but it's impossible, because if she was there on Tuesday and that was Wednesday, then he couldn't have been there. And also he already knew about that person and that, so you got all of that stuff. You've got 3 weeks to work it out. You go, oh, actually, if this happens, then this all makes sense. Your reader gets to the point where they go, oh my, but this is an impossibility. And they literally turn to the next page. Like, they got 30 seconds. And they're going, oh my God, I didn't see that coming. And you think, yeah, that took me 3 weeks. There are certain chapters where you think, you know what, that absolutely, like a Joyce chapter where you think, that was super quick, I did that. And there are certain bits where you think, between page 72 and 73, that was a really long, long, dark night of the soul as I was trying to work that out. But that's the difficulties and the obstacles are what makes your book different to other people's books, and what keeps your reader guessing. It's some problems are completely intractable, but most are not. And the solution you come up with is what they end up calling plot, because it's like, but it's you paint yourself into a corner, and then try and paint a route out.
It's amazing, though, that you write like that, like I said, because you balance so much of the humor and the emotion, and obviously, and you're touching in with so many characters. Obviously, there's the main four, but as you guys, there's Chris and Donna, there's Bogdan. And
hashtag justice for Bogdan.
Justice for Bogdan. I promise we'll get him out of jail. But and you somehow know how to like touch in, and you're so good at feathering them all together and keeping everyone so alive in the story as it continues, and with all these new characters, with Nick and Holly and all the...
Yeah, I try with the humor of the thing. I've said before, the only rule I have is the joke can't come from me, the joke has to come from the character. So it has to come from, Joyce can make you laugh doing something that she would genuinely do. I'm not allowed to make you laugh. And the reverse side of that is, if you are trying to, if your characters are real, then they do have to go through grief, and they do have to go through all of these different things in order for you to be laughing at Joyce or Elizabeth. You also have to understand them as human beings. So I have that, and just all the way through, I just think, I'm a reader, and so all the way through, I think about how do I feel when I read a book, and so you're always trying to center yourself in how your reader is feeling at any given time, and so you can do quite a light chapter, and then the next day you think, I don't know, that felt a bit flip, that last chapter, and then you go, right, I'm going to go absolutely hardcore on this chapter and do something very serious, because you're always thinking, how is a reader experiencing this? And it can't just be joke, 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 fun, 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 and it can't just be unhappiness, sadness, depression. So I try to kind of mix that pot as well as I can, but it's absolutely just thinking, as a reader, how would I be experiencing this? But I write too many characters and I write too many chapters, because my brain is like Joyce, and I'll finish a chapter and I think, oh, wouldn't it be fun to have another character here? Like when I was writing this Palm Springs thing, I thought, I know it's going to be in Palm Springs. Who's in Palm Springs, I wonder? And I thought, oh, I'm going to have a guy. It's in the height of summer, and he just absolutely should not be wearing a full suit. And that chapter ends with a desert vulture looking down at this guy in a full suit, just going, oh yeah, okay. That's something to keep an eye on. But he's having a phone conversation with someone, and I'm like, but who is he? And you just have just so many of my chapters start, especially new characters, people having conversations.
Right.
Just dialogue. Who are you? Who are you talking to? And then they'll say something, you think, I've never heard anyone say that before. That's really interesting, and that unlocks who that person might be. As I say, this guy, don't get too attached to him, because I think a sniper rifle will be taking him down fairly soon, before the heat does. But he plays a major part in the plot, and all the characters are going to come over to Palm Springs. And I'm, funnily enough, as we were in downtown Palm Springs the other day, and there's a beautiful theatre that's just been revamped and reopened, which was absolutely lovely. And so we said, is there any way we can come in and have a look? And they said, no, you can't. So we booked tickets to go and see Don McLean on Friday night, so we can go and have a look.
Amazing. Amazing.
So, because I just thought, I want Rosie to come along, to have friends who live in Palm Springs who put her up, but one of them is a cabaret artist and has got a one-person show at this theatre, which Rosie hates. And it's just stuff like that. When you walk down the street and you see a theatre, you just think, great, I can set something there. Awesome. And then you start thinking about it. That's how I like to build a world and build a book, is just to think of something fairly random and then go, okay, and then you absolutely nail it down with plot. You nail it down. Every scene has to do something, but it also has to be entertaining.
You do it so well. So that's the second We Solve Murders.
The second We Solve Murders. Can I tell you what it's called, but no one's allowed to know?
Yes.
I mean, it's not exciting, but nobody else knows, so that's something. It's called We Chase Shadows. It's coming out September.
So then, does that mean the following September we get another one of these?
Another Thursday Murder Club the following September.
So it's a book a year, and I should have figured this out before.
Yes.
It's a book a year. I have a stockpile, that's why. So it's a book a year, and there are Septembers, and will they flip on the two?
Yes, and then at some point I'll write
franchises?
something else as well.
Yeah.
Because I sometimes have ideas which don't fit in either of those things. But at the moment I love writing those characters so much I do it. But occasionally you think of, I had a time travel idea the other day. I thought, oh, that's great, but you can't really. Suddenly, if like book 6 of Thursday Murder Club was like a time travel thing, people would be like, I don't know, I'm not sure about this. Might work. You know what, I'm going to give it a go. I like the response. Let's do it. Imagine if I did, though. That's playing about with form, isn't it? That's really, maybe I'd win like the Booker Prize or something.
Maybe. I mean, I think a lot of us would follow you on the journey, you know. So
suddenly they're in like medieval France. Hold on, actually this sounds amazing. Don't you think? And then suddenly they're in like the year 2728, and Elizabeth's like Queen of the Universe.
Well, it would be fun to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joyce's diary, exactly the same. Whatever era she's in, doesn't matter.
It really is remarkable that I know. Sorry, I'm really hearing my echo. I'm so sorry.
I know, me too.
It is remarkable, though, because we've talked about it, and I've obviously, done my homework on you. That I know you wrote a lot, but it's so interesting that these characters were what your first fiction book were about. And I know you were inspired by where your mother lives, but can you talk about how the four of them jumped into your head one day? Because it is kind of remarkable that these are the people you've brought to life in such a way,
Yeah, I think it comes from it doesn't come from real people, but it comes from a real mood and a real spirit, and that was where my mum lives, which is a retirement community. I don't know if anyone here knows about retirement communities, but I'm right in saying that if someone was murdered, you wouldn't be shocked. So I think that, but also it's that thing of the incredible lives that people have led. That was the thing that really drew me towards it, is people who have chosen to live in proximity to each other, independently but in proximity. So you can tell they love life still, and they love other human beings still, that they have done extraordinary things and maybe find themselves in a place where they feel a creeping invisibility that is, oh, okay, I think I used to be taken seriously in a different way to, the way I'm taken now, that are seeing things happening in the world and going, I've sort of seen a lot of this before. I could probably fix a lot of this for you straight away. There we go. And so I had these people, and people who love life and, who start drinking at 11:30 in the morning. And so I knew that there was a mood there. And all British books really are about class. And so I've got 2 working class and 2 middle class characters in there, 2 women, 2 men. And it just came, it sort of fully sprang from that. I thought having an ex-spy is useful because if you write any sort of thriller, someone who has access to pretty much anything they want to have access to is incredibly useful. Right. And just having 4 people, all of whom solve problems in completely different ways, I thought was useful. And I think that thing of having 4 people who are completely different, but in the world in which we live, I wanted to write something where people with very, very different backgrounds and very, very, very different lives love each other and rely upon each other. Because it feels like a radical notion these days. It feels like, and you know, so that's the thing that I immediately, all of that was apparent to me. I love writing crime fiction, so I knew I can think of murders. So murders sort of take care of themselves in a funny kind of way. Probably not if you're a murderer. Probably then they probably fret about it a bit more than I do. But in terms of writing, I knew that would sort of take care of itself. But I wanted to write a novel about people and about people's relationships and about unlikely friendships and about relying on unusual people. And it seemed to all be there for me in this one place. And knowing that I had the backstories of these people, that over a series of books that I could take you further and further back into people's lives and who they are and where they're from. And it gave me everything that I wanted. So it gave me humor, it gave me pathos, and it gave me truth, and it allowed me to write about the world as I see it, and the world as I would like it to be. And the world I think as most of us would like it to be honest, you know, of just people looking after other people.
Yeah, how beautiful. Absolutely. I think it makes so much sense that yet you're the one who did it. You know what I mean? Like when you say all of that, of course it does. And about this, and especially for me, I think it's about this chapter in your life where you're like, you know, you're not done. And,
yeah.
And, you know, what do you do? And the friendships that are forged and obviously the deep emotional stakes that are happening. So that's why I think, you know, again, coming back to your new book, it's just so delightful to see them still in action. And even though Stephen is gone, you know, which is obviously sad, she's figuring out how to continue.
Yeah, I think so. And you know, I hope there's truth in that. And, you know, I talk to a lot of people. I speak to a lot of people. People come up to me, especially in the UK, where people kind of recognise me anyway, and so they feel they can come and talk to me whenever they want, and they can, is the truth. But people talk to me a lot about dementia and about grief and what their families have been through, and that is a huge privilege. And you know, my grandfather had dementia for many years, and so I'm able to pay tribute to him, and people sort of see it as tribute towards their relatives as well. And what a lovely position to be in, because it's a confection, really. It's an entertainment. It's a murder mystery, and I think that's good and that's taken care of, and we love reading that. But to be able to do something else as well, to be able to write about human beings and write about our frailties, and that it's such a lovely, privileged position to be in.
Well, thank you for this gorgeous book. And so We Solve Murders is being developed as a television show.
We Solve Murders will be a TV show which gives us 8 hours instead of 2 hours, which solves some of the
I'm jealous of that.
issues. Yeah, I bet. Yeah. I say 8 hours, it might be 7 hours, I don't know, but it's certainly more than 2 hours. Yes, so that's with Netflix as well. And so it's nice because you don't want to do the same thing for both types of book.
Yeah, no, although we did get a lot of feedback after the movie where people were upset that it was, but there was a good amount of people who thought it was going to be an ongoing and they could just click on the next one.
Yeah.
So
could be, right?
Yes, and we are working on The Man Who Died Twice as a movie, also at Netflix. So we're grateful. Netflix really gets you, Richard.
Exactly.
Yeah, we love that. And I promise Bogdan will be free.
The new book, the new film is 4.5 hours long, and it's called The Man Who Died Twice, Thursday Murder Club 2, Bogdan's Revenge.
I love it so much. All right, well, what else? Is there anything else we should cover as we wrap this up?
No, I think I'm signing some books in a little bit, so do come and say hi. I've got a couple more sessions as well this week, one specifically about writing thrillers and mysteries with CJ Box and Brad Meltzer, which will be a lot of fun. But genuinely, we are back because we love this community, and thank you so much for just being, it's such a beautiful festival, and you're amazing people, and you make us feel so welcome and at home. So from me, thank you very much. And thank you to Jen as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.